To be fair, America is much safer than where I live, and still Americans get really worked up about the idea of someone breaking into their house and then just blasting people. It really does. Sorry for opening on the heavy stuff, but it really does make you think democracy is a mistake because people want the perception of safety, not safety itself. There are people today who, like boomers, who are terrified of New York City or whatever, but they reminisce about the 1980s. It's insane. There are people in their 50s and 60s, and they're like, yep, America isn't what it used to be. It's a lot more dangerous out here. My brother in Christ, you were around during the high point. You were right. Yeah, it was fucking Mad Max out there, and not just in New York City. People, it's just people's whims. Growing up, locking your door was seen as anti-gentrification. Can I give you guys a hot take that you're not going to like? We all need to go back to not locking our doors. Everyone just has to agree to it at the same time so that nobody is the one guy who doesn't do it. Because here's my take. If somebody wants to break into your house, they'll just break in. Like, there are tools you can use to break into a house immediately, even if the door is locked. It's not that hard, you know? If they really want to get in, they'll get in. My take is that the only people who are being deterred by locking your door are when like drunks and addicts just try your door at 3:23 a.m. and then wobble off when it doesn't work. And my thought is like, if we just all unlock our doors at night for a couple of weeks, all those people will die because they'll be shot after they succeed in opening the door and coming in, and the inevitable happens. You know, like they'll all get America'd, and then we won't have a problem anymore. And then we'll all be fine. This happens in Sweden, I'm sure. Nah, Unc got the 19th century pajamas on. Yes, he does, and they feel good. It's literally happened to me like 3 times in 4 years. They always just go away. Yeah, but like, they shouldn't do that though. You know? Your purge takes are so much better than your weed takes. Goddamn. Everyone would just feel a lot safer if all the unsafe people died, you know? Vote for me. I'm on the Republican ticket. I'm kind of being serious though. We all gotta the locking your door is the most illusory show of safety imaginable. If somebody wants in, they can get in, you know? It's like isn't it, and again, I'm sorry for like, you know, going on about this. Why the fuck do doors have two locks? What theoretical home invader is going to be deterred by two locks but not by one, you know? Like they've got they're willing to exert the effort to break through one lock, but then there's, oh fuck, a second lock is preventing me from getting through here. One that is dog shit at lockpicking. Is lockpicking a thing? Do people lockpick? Don't most people have ground floor windows anyway? I don't know. Time is a factor, or it can be. Yeah, but I have a feeling that that's not real. Like, I have a feeling that this is one of those things, because that's the kind of take that would have people going like, back in the days when nobody had security systems and everyone just left their door unlocked, didn't everyone get robbed every day? Wouldn't every criminal just go door to door stealing everything and then everyone had nothing? I don't understand how that worked. Well, no, I feel like we're assuming we're pretending that the world is Skyrim. We're pretending that everyone on Earth is a Skyrim protagonist and not like a human being, you know? Well, two locks takes longer to pick than one lock, which increases the detection time. And, like, yeah, anything that's not bolted down can get stolen. Serial killers love unlocked doors. I feel like it's fake. I'm sorry. I feel like it's fake. Society survived people having their doors unlocked for a bajillion years. All right. I feel like we need to go back. Everyone is so afraid all the time. And the fear causes more problems than the actual danger does. Every white woman thinks they're going to get sex trafficked off the parking lot of a Target in Wisconsin because of their fear. And then they vote Republican, and then Republicans pass the bill that lets you rape children or whatever. And then actual people do get hurt. The fear causes more problems than the actual safety. Or lack thereof, I guess. Counterpoint, nobody in the 1300s made TikToks about the devious licks from your neighbor's apartments. You don't know. You weren't there. You don't know that. Is your door unlocked right now? My door is open. That's how committed I am to my position. I'm actually streaming this from the lobby room, from the foyer in my room, and right there is an open door. Neighbor just walked by. Can I come in? No, I'd shoot you. Um, isn't it freezing then? Hence the thermal. No locks would reduce housing costs. Yeah, what are you guys? A bunch of fucking NIMBYs? Mamdani's going to build 80,000 new apartments a year, and they're all going to have no locks because the lowered regulatory burden is going to reduce costs. A locked door is the bike lock of home security. Yeah, it kind of is like bike locks are pretty fake, right? Like if a person wants to steal your bike, they just need bolt cutters to get through any bike lock, basically, except for one of those absurd ones no one uses, but they make YouTube videos about. So everyone can go like, yeah, now no one's going to take my bike, but no one actually buys them. Not bolt cutters, it's angle grinders. I'm pretty sure a bolt cutter could get through most of them, but like, sure, angle grinder too. You all know what I mean. You'd be surprised a lot of bike locks have diamond filament cores. When you're breaking a lock, I don't think you're trying to shatter the core. You're trying to shatter the loop, right? If I had I've never stolen a bike before, but if I had a pair of bolt cutters and I was, yeah, the shackle, thank you. I was looking down the lock. I would not think I need to go after the largest, fattest, strongest part of this contraption. It's the same with cars. Locks only do so much. Yeah, I don't know. I wonder, like, do people lock their doors in like Switzerland or the Netherlands or whatever, one of those really safe countries? Does everyone just leave their shit unlocked over there? I don't know. Yeah, but they have woke. Here's my thinking. Okay, final point. I feel like 10 years ago, nobody had ring cameras, but now everyone does, and people talk about it like you're insane if you don't have them. Has life really changed between A and B? Has the rate of home break-ins really meaningfully gone up or down since that? Like what? So now it's a necessity. What was happening? What influence has this had on the real world? You know? It seems to me like the only thing that's really changed is our perception, what we think is necessary. I don't know. Are ring cameras that popular now? Yeah, sometimes people online talk about them like, what the fuck do you mean you don't? What happens? How do you know who's at your door? What if the Airbnb, not Airbnb, what if the DoorDash guy comes, you know? Oh, I don't know. I guess maybe if I like ordered DoorDash 30 minutes ago, I wouldn't be surprised if there was a knock on the door. You know, it doesn't seem that. What if someone knocks and you don't know who it is? You open the door. That's what everyone did for all of human history. That's crazy. It is crazy that people don't, like, people look at you dumbfounded. Somebody knocks, who's there? You open the door to find out who's at your door. Or there's a door, or there's a peephole, maybe. My door doesn't have a peephole. Or you look through the damn window. Or you look through the damn window, sure. But you can also just look through the door. Like, what the fuck do you think is going to happen? You're going to open the door, and there's going to be a guy, like, standing there with a Glock out pointed at you? And what? If you didn't open the door, he would just stand there and then go, and walk away? Like, what? Mentally, what is the, like, if-or case here? What's the yes and what's the no? What potential outcomes are we looking to avoid? I have a counterpoint as a Russian. It can be a draft officer there, and they need to know I'm not home. Okay, well, your people can't afford Ring cameras anyway, so. Yes, we can. I lived in Moscow. Oh, you lived in the one city. This is just objectively false. Rates of burglary have dropped drastically over the last decades. That's not because of Ring cameras. That's because all crime has dropped since the 1990s. That's not a Ring camera thing. Yes, it's because of Ring cameras too. How can you prove that? Wouldn't the burglars just go after the houses that don't have Ring cameras? It's not like they have a 100%. I don't think that's true. I think you're making that up. I think that the general rate of crime is just dropped. It probably doesn't help that since COVID, everyone's indoors all the time anyway, right? It looks to me like the rate of burglary went down after 2020, and that's probably because everyone fucking works from home now, you know? Burglars used to be able to just go anytime from like 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., walk right in. Now, 1/3 of the time, they approach a house at 2 p.m. and they hear a live streamer inside, or like an OnlyFans girl talking to her chatterbait audience or something. You know, it's everyone works from home, so when the fuck are you gonna do a burglary? Type shit, yeah. It definitely doesn't help that nobody has cash anymore, right? All money is just digital now, right? I'm sure it used to be like, oh, you break in, here's like a little vault. Not a vault, you know, there's like a, I don't know, jewelry drawer? I don't know. Do people have jewelry now? Who knows? Even if you steal a TV, it doesn't even cost that much a resale amount. That's true. Yeah, it'd be like, oh man, we got it. We got the 48-inch plasma. What is that worth on resale? Oh, like we would lose more money on the gas that it would cost to transport it to the fence than we would get from the sale. I don't know. It's almost like the best way to prevent crime isn't by upping surveillance and policing, but rather to just adjust the conditions of living to make crime less enticing. I don't know. One of the reasons why criminality corresponds so highly with inequality, like income inequality, right? Where you have people who have very little and people who have a lot, and that kind of ups the, it ups the returns. You all know what I'm on about, right? What are you going to do, Vosh, when you're robbed and your entire fridge and pantry is empty? Oh, my entire... Oh, no. Not my 20-pound brown Calrose rice bag from Costco and my gigantic stack of tuna from Costco and my peanut butter from 2023. Genuine question. If wealth inequality correlates to increased crime, how do we explain the current lowering crime rates with the skyrocketing wealth inequality? That's a really good question. I think this is like a very specific modernity thing, right? I think that inequality correlates to crime across all countries for literal centuries. But right now we're seeing a shift. And the shift doesn't disprove the prior. the shift just adds an additional variable, you know? I think there's a lot that goes into it. Part of it is that very wealthy people no longer have their wealth in like a liquid form. You know what I mean? Like it used to be, if a rich guy was walking through a bad part of town, he would have like a nice wallet and a nice watch and blah, blah, blah. Really obvious stuff like that. But a lot of rich people now look and dress and act indistinguishably from poor people and vice versa. So it's kind of difficult to get like an immediate read on class distinctions. And also, it kind of feels like the omnipresence of smartphones makes it more difficult to get away with crime in general. I don't know. I'm actually interested. I do think there has been like a fundamental shift since 2008, and it's because of the smartphone. I think that a lot of people agree with that. I don't know how much data there is supporting it. Um, I do think though that the inequality thing is still like a track. You know what I mean? It's just the equation has changed, and I don't know how the variables have shifted. I think a lot of it has to do with proximity. The wealth and poverty are increasingly segregated to an extent. To an extent, I don't know. I don't know. It's complicated. Ah. Well, cybercrime is one of the few crimes increasing globally. Do you think that like over time these dynamics are going to shift even more because all of the tastiest crimes are legal right now? Like every day there's 57 new openly corrupt rug pull schemes being orchestrated by the White House and their affiliates. All of the crime is like wealthy people. All of the crime is legal now, and it's legal in the form of like how do we take advantage of unregulated markets to siphon wealth out of the working class into the pots of like a couple of wealthy people who keep trading it around in this big sociopathic like Squid Game bullshit they're playing, you know? Um I don't know. I mean, we'll talk about that today, I guess. Also, now you can just open an OnlyFans. That's true. That's true, yeah. A burglar might break in to kidnap or kill. Why would they do that? That's illegal. They can't do that. I don't know. The overemphasis and surveillance just pisses me off sometimes. It really shifts people's focus away from the worst crimes too. It's like that whole, fucking vast majority of times that a rape is committed, that like to a woman, the woman knows the guy who did it. But then everyone talks about rape like it's a back alley kind of thing, like, oh, some guy's gonna jump you in an alleyway or something. It's like, well, how many social resources are we exerting towards putting the cameras in the back alleys, and how much effort are we not putting into whatever the hell it is that makes men rape women when the guy knows the girl, Like I feel like we're drawing attention away from by far the more prominent element of the dynamic, right? The more potentially dangerous and socially deleterious one. Speaking of surveillance, the UK is pushing public facial scanning alongside digital ID. They've been a bit of a, yeah. They've been they've been on that one for a while. Is it just me or is Vosh really low volume? For me it says my audio is right where it should be. So sounds to me like it's a you problem. I'm not advocating for a surveillance state, but I do think you should lock your door / get an alarm system. I feel like it doesn't do as much as people think it does, and I feel like the widespread perception that it's necessary to do those things probably causes more social harm than the actual security does prevent. Um, but that's just my guess. Kind of like how everyone knows that fire alarms in residentials are more harm than good because all they do is beep when you're air frying something. So everyone just takes them out, and then when the fire happens, they've already taken them out, so they don't know. Maybe somebody should invent a fire alarm that doesn't go off when you cook something in the air fryer, even if you have the fan on. Yeah, real boy who cried wolf. That fire alarm that's desperate for attention. Ugh. There are actually better fire alarms that are optical and have less of that problem. Yeah, well then more fucking landlords should install them. All right. Security bullshit. Why does my desk feel like it's a little low? I think it was a little low. Why wouldn't you lock your door? Honest question. I don't know. Why did my grandparents not lock their door for like 60 years? They could. The door had a lock. I guess they just didn't feel they needed to. Where they live, Florida. The gators. Gators can't reach the doorknob. They're too low to the ground. And coincidentally, murder rates were higher back then. Interesting, right? Yeah, but I don't think murder rates were higher in sleepy Floridian suburbs. I think they were higher in like areas that were ravaged by the drug war. I don't think those factors necessarily correlate. I don't think people kept their doors unlocked in the unsafe areas, thus increasing the amount they were murdered. And that was why when people started locking their door, I think people were locking their doors in New York City in like 1987. It's so difficult to track, like in a criminological sense. There's so much shit you have to account for. Oh, locking doors became more common after the Night Stalker said he didn't go into locked houses. I don't know what you're talking about. Also, like, if a serial killer wants to kill your children, like, really badly, he can probably just do it, right? Like, if they're a serial killer and you lock your door, I feel like if he really wanted to kill your kids, he could get like it sucks, but I feel like you can't. Your house is not like a fortress; it doesn't have a moat. Also, I don't know who the fuck the Night Stalker is. Also, this is the shit. This is why parents all stopped letting their kids go outside, and now every single child is autistic because they're raised by iPad screens. It's crazy. It used to be every cul-de-sac. There was a Ed, Ed and Eddie episode playing out there. You know, kids were running around playing hoop and ball, hoop and stick. You know, and nowadays nobody ever leaves their house, so everyone's paranoid and nobody can talk to each other and so on. Oh my God, it's bad out there. I wasn't allowed a smartphone until I was 15. You have good parents, probably. I don't know. Maybe they beat you. I don't think you Gen Z and younger millennials went outside. No, we didn't. I'm not saying I didn't say I went outside. I was after that shift was in the 90s. I would need to be about 10 years older for me to have had the opportunity to go outside. Um like when everyone was. I can't give my Japan facts on this topic because it would make it look like I agree with everything you just said. Sorry, Vivan. It's okay, Masaigo. I appreciate you giving me the disclaimer on that one, you know? Your refusal to share the data on this one, the Japan data, the Japeta, actually provides more information than any number of you know, quotes or anecdotes. Stupid. Coincidentally, Vosh, back then, when kids were less looked over, they went missing or were found dead a lot more often too. See, no, I don't think that A is because of B. Crime rates in general, all over, were higher back in the 1990s. The idea that like we need to raise every child in like an iron fortress and never let them socialize or interact, and every interaction with every other kid has to be like prearranged by the parents, and you have to meet them and have dinner first, and then everything has to be, you have to like scope out the play area to make sure it's insane. And there's a reason everyone's neurotic now, you know. I genuinely think, and pardon me, I'm not trying to do like Return with the V shit, but I think if you went back and got like a 17-year-old from like 1990 and pulled them into today and had them interact with the 17-year-olds of today, they would effortlessly mog every single 17-year-old today, because they just have like basic social skills that no one today has. Like everyone today would come across as like a nebbish, neurotic, little weird screen freak nerd, and they would just be effortlessly social and athletic in ways that no one could keep up with. And that's sad. And there's a real like psychic cost being borne by this. And I'm not saying we shouldn't take people's safety seriously, but when you're letting concerns about security get in the way of letting people live like normal lives, that's a real fucking issue, man. There's like real psychic damage being done to like all young people, basically, like all young. It's not just like a small subset of the population or whatever. It's like all of them. It's crazy. Every parent is a helicopter parent by default now, essentially, because all the kids are always locked in. And where the fuck do you even go? Are malls even a thing anymore? Do kids go to malls? I feel like if somebody reinvented the mall today and they were attended and people went there, most parents would be like, do you really let your kid go to the mall themselves? You let them walk there? That's crazy. That's like a 25-minute walk, and then what? They're there? There could be older men there. What if somebody abducts them? And it's like, it's the mall. It's the mall. It's the fucking mall. What are kids supposed to do? Like, ever with their time? Mall security will kick out groups of unsupervised kids. That is fucking insane. That is insane. That's real death of civilization shit right there. Oh, that group of like high school students walking around the mall. Sorry. Everyone 17 and younger requires an adult chaperone to walk around the mall. The mall. Actually insane. I can't imagine. Being a kid now must suck. Must be awful. Yeah, you can generate like AI videos of your homeroom teacher getting melted in a vat of lava, I guess. But apart from that, it's gotta suck. In Japan, because of transits, kids can travel and do so with parents. Yeah, all right, my side. Yeah, I know. I've been to Tokyo. Everyone's walking around. There's no crime. Yeah. You have to, part of growing up is that you have to be able to fuck around and find out. If you're like a young adult, like 13, 14, like, you know, a teenager or whatever, you have to be able to like wander around, make mistakes, get a little bit lost. That's all part of the experience. That's all part of the, you have to, how can you possibly grow into like a functional adult if you have no experience with that kind of behavior? Did you do that? Yes, I did that. Absolutely. Take the bus down to downtown LA and just go wacky mode around Chinatown, you know, Union Station, around Skid Row. Like you have to be able to make you have to make judgment calls yourself, and if you fuck up, you fuck up sometimes. You have to you know, try to be safe and stuff, but that's life. Life carries with it innate risk. Wasn't there a mom in the US who lost custody because her kid played in her front yard when she was inside? Yep, there have been multiple cases like that. Yeah, of like child protective services being called. I remember one where CPS was called because a guy left his kid at like a McDonald's for an hour while he did a job interview. Like just at like not like abandoned the kid, but said, "Hey, I'll be back in an hour. Here's like a McDouble or whatever, and some fries. Just chill for a bit, okay?" And the kid was sitting there, and the people at the McDonald's were like, "Oh, are you on your own? You, a 10-year-old, are on your own? This must be like rape or something. We need to call the police immediately." It's the surveillance state. And you don't think survivorship bias factors into this at all? I don't know what you want. Do you want like everyone to live in a pod? Like what I your question implies that there's no value at all to what I'm saying. Or you the I don't understand what the alternative is. Like everything has to be maximally safe. How do you live? The truth is this, even if going back increases crime, that's a fine trade-off. Yeah, probably. Yeah. Even if the crime or like injury rate or whatever increases a little bit, it's probably better than all humans living like pod people. Yeah. Um, you can't, because otherwise the argument you're making, it's the anti Benjamin Franklin argument, right? You're essentially saying like, I will accept any loss of freedom if it marginally increases my safety, which is probably not good, and that does lead to more harm in the long run. You know, especially because there are societies like Japan, Masaigu, where people get out like a lot more and crime's a lot lower. So I feel like we're headed in a bad direction in both, you know. Do you not think helicopter moms contributed significantly to the decrease of violent crime? No, I no. No, I don't think there's a correlation between those factors at all. Not even slightly. In Japan, crime is illegal. Fuck! Why didn't we think of that? Vosh defending leaving a 10-year-old alone at McDonald's is a big L tape. What the fuck, man? The guy had CPS called on him. He just had to like leave his kid there for a bit while he did a job interview. It's a fucking McDonald. Do you think like the McDonald's rapist is gonna run in there and like fuck the kid at the table? What do you like? What's the what are you thinking about? It's like people say, okay, how old can a kid be before you can leave them home alone overnight? I feel like nowadays people would unironically say like they have to be an adult or they have to be like 16 or something. How old are you? No younger than 31. You should fear the McRapist. You should fear the McRapist at any age. I was walking 4 miles to grandma's alone when I was 5. Haven't you seen the movie Home Alone? I feel like that movie probably did measurably increase the amount of like paranoid helicopter parent bullshit. I don't know. I think children would be doing this if the US wasn't a low trust society. I'm just saying there are downstream consequences to this being a low trust society. And nobody wants to admit it because you guys are in the soup too. It's like asking a water how fish asking water asking a fish how water tastes. Fuck. Fish water, okay? I'm like, all of this paranoid helicopter parent surveillance state, CPS getting called on your kid if they play outside without you bullshit, is turning everyone into a neurotic asshole. And you guys, parentheses, neurotic assholes, are like, no, that's just normal. I think leaving kids alone is a safety risk because the kid might do something stupid in the house. Yeah, but like life is a safety risk. I don't know. See, I don't get the low trust thing. In my time living in Moscow, I don't feel anything but low trust is the vibe. But letting me and other kids the time going around like 13 was fine. Kizawadi, your situation is different because Russia is a low trust society, but you all also don't value your own lives. I've seen the bungee jumping videos. So you're in a weird, like, you don't trust each other, but you're also like, if you or the people you love die, you're like, eh. So your dynamic is different and perhaps not shouldn't be like replicated in other countries. 20-year-old Gen Z here, literally 5 years ago, my mom wouldn't let me go outside to go skateboard with my friends, literally people she knew. To see that to me is like, no wonder you're a woman, right? You got fucked up in the head. That is insane, but I feel like it's relatively common now. Maybe not like common, but I think some amount of trespassing on people's property should be legal. Yeah, if you're like on the lawn or whatever. Um, the pink dots like that joke. Good job. Thank you. I thought it was pretty funny too. All the orange and yellow and green dots being like, I don't know about that one. Shut up. I really want to catch you when you're on these rants. I don't believe what you're complaining about is established fact. Wait, the what I'm complaining about is an established fact. Are we doing vibes and sensationalist news stories on this, or did you verify somehow that kids don't play outside anymore? Yeah, kids don't play outside anymore. So this is a very like you do not you walk outside and you live in the shadow of the Roman ruins and you wonder if it was shaped by gods or giant people a million years ago. Like you have no idea how different the world was. What about the children I keep seeing playing outside? I don't know about your personal life experiences. People absolute 100% young people today play outside way less. You can just Google. I'm not this is to me, I mean, for one, I'm pretty sure we have looked at data on this before, but for two, it's so self-evidently true. I don't even need to. I'm glad you live in a neighborhood where people are more social. Like, I think that's cool. Lower than ever. Only 1 in 4 children play out regularly on the street compared to almost three-quarters of the grandparents' generation. That's insane. A two-thirds reduction in a lifetime. Children today have been reported to stop making noise, playing ball games, climbing trees, playing outside. Parents say they fear irritating neighbors if their children play outside in the street. It's only going to get worse, too, now that nobody has kids, right? Nobody's fertile. So, why would young people ever play outside if there are no other young people in your entire neighborhood to even potentially play outside? It's going to snowball the amount of social anxiety in kids. I think it's already happened. Isn't the average young person today, like, incapable of picking up the phone when it rings? When asked to draw their trip to school, parents, children who walked to school drew a more vibrant picture than those driven in a car. It's not just children, it's everyone. But yeah, it's kind of like a microcosm of the dynamic, right? Every kid's life now is the drawing on the left all the time in every way. What did you do during the 8 free hours you had last Sunday? What did you do with that day? Some kid from the 1990s. Oh, some Calvin and Hobbes shit. Oh, I went out and I played and I did this and I went here and so on. And then over on the, nowadays, kid from 2025. Well, yeah, I spent 8 hours playing video games. Like the same video game. I think people love Stranger Things so much because of that desire. For Israel! Did that work on you? Was that how he said it in the show? I haven't watched it. I saw the first 2 seasons, and the second one was worse than the first one. I'm not watching any more of that shit. 41% of children have been told to stop playing outside, either by their parents or other adults, such as neighbors. That's crazy. Cringe reactionary media take. Come on. You're not doing video games any favors by pretending that it's just as healthy for a kid to spend their Sunday playing the same video game indoors than it is for them to have like adventures outside. You're not really doing the like people think movies and TV shows are art, but I think most people would agree that if you sat inside on a Sunday and did nothing but watch 8 hours of The Bachelor, you would probably also be like people would also side eye you a little bit, right? There are like positive or negative ways of engaging with different forms of media. Bro, it's not easy getting your kid off the computer. It's a goddamn effort. Yeah, I can't imagine how difficult it is not playing, sorry, like having kids these days, you know? I feel like you have to spend all of your time trying to undo what modernity is trying to do to them. Yeah. Damn, what a fucking depressing topic to open with. Jesus Christ. It's really bad. I feel like it does to a large extent explain like how fucked the political environment is, you know? We're starting to enter the world where even the people in politics were raised like after this era of mass brain damage, mass neuroticization started to take place. Not Gen Xers quite, but like or like early millennials. Early millennials would start to fit in this, you know, in this category. We'll get there. I don't think it's that bad. It's pretty bad, man. Everyone's fucking everyone's mentally ill now. Everyone has autism. Less bad than CNN partnering with KALSHI. Yeah, but that's kind of the same thing, isn't it? It's all part of the same thing. I don't think it's that bad either. Yeah, well, of course you wouldn't. You all fucking grew up playing video games indoors all day and never going outside. So to you, again, it's like the fish and water thing. Do you think you could have grown up without video games? So here's the thing, right? And this is not me trying to say I'm better than you, but up until me graduating high school, which was in 2011, my memory of playing video games overwhelmingly, not entirely, because there were some games I played on my own. Like I remember I really enjoyed StarCraft and Diablo 2. But the main memories that I have of playing games for the first nearly half of my life was split screen multiplayer, where my friends would come home with me and we would all huddle in my bedroom and we would play, the classics, Halo 2, Smash Melee, whatever the fuck. I don't remember my days and days of playing Age of Empire 2, I'm sure I enjoyed them at the time, but what I remember was playing Mario Kart, GoldenEye, Guitar Hero, And I just don't think young people these days are doing that anymore. I was at the point where I got to do both. I had times where I was like, yeah, today I think I'm just going to spend fucking 12 hours playing StarCraft. And I had days where I hung out with my friends, and some of those memories got locked in here and a lot of them didn't. But nowadays, I don't think people are even getting those. I don't think a lot of young people are getting that choice. Which would you say was more enjoyable? You know what was more enjoyable? Jesus. You know perfectly well what was more enjoyable. Look, I love StarCraft and Diablo 2 and everything, but you know what's stuck in my head. No, I don't. The couch co-op was more enjoyable. Playing with friends. Playing with the boys. Yeah. But I don't think that's a thing anymore. I mean, a lot of modern games aren't even made with, like, couch co-op in mind. Hundreds of hours of League, but I still remember every time I went to my friend's house in school to play COD. Yeah. It's the novelty. Your brain is a sponge that only retains new scents. You have to experience new things. And there's near endless novelty in hanging out with people you care about. But if you all called in sick to school or work and spent the rest of the day playing League, you know how that day would go. You know how it would go? It would go down easy. It would go down smooth. Would you remember it a week from now? Probably not. Maybe that explains the anhedonia. Shit's not good for your brain. I'm trying, man. I'm trying. Yeah. Is the solution seriously to touch grass? Yes! Everyone's been saying it for like 10 years. How many times? Yes! It always has been. If you, especially as a young person today, and if you're watching this right now and you're 15 or 16, you are so neuroplastic, it's insane. I'm I'm locked in, okay? I'm never learning another language. It's over for me, etc. Okay? I'm pretty happy with where I am, but you can exceed me by like a mile and a half, easy peasy, okay? If you, especially in this social environment, if you just put a little bit of effort into cultivating your own social reality, and trying to experience new things and go into and learn and explore a little bit, you will fucking mog your classmates. I feel like the world, especially for young people, it's becoming more and more bimodal, where the vast majority of people are. And I apologize. I'm not trying to engage in, and I'm not trying to do like, idiocracy rhetoric. The vast majority of people just suck. Know nothing, no curiosity, no ambition. They think there's no point in trying because trying is uncool, for one. And for two, it's like, what's the point even, right? Yeah, AI meat puppets, right? Like serfs, peasant people, right? And on the other side of the bimodal divide, you have people who understand that's the direction everything is going in, and they're fighting like hell to avoid it. And these people are going to be the real human capital in the future, right? I mean, these people are, you want to be on one side of the fence, not the other. Look, all I'm going to say is this. There is a reason why even the tech moguls push AI on you, and then you read about their lives, and they're like, yeah, I don't let my kid use a smartphone. Many such cases. Oh, no, 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 no. You should ask Grok everything. But no, I have a specialized, like, like internet free environment for my young people, for my children, and they go to special classes that teach them skills that, well, they are not going to rely on AI. There's a reason they know. Why we spent an hour on this? Because this is like the most important thing, basically. It's the most important thing. It's very, very important. Has that not always been the case, though? Unambitious people wind up in more productive, i.e. work a dead-end job. The highlight of their day is going to some shitty community bar. Listen, if the highlight of a person's day, like a regular prole's day back in the 1980s, was to go to the same shitty community bar in the past, that person unironically mugs 90% of you. You're telling me that the highlight of their day was going to a shared social space, a third place where they could meet people, new people, have novel social experiences, talk to people, engage in conversation? You suck. To you, that would be like a daring once-a-month trip. He did that daily? He just did that every day for fun? And meanwhile, you're like, okay, today's the day I'm going to go to a new place. I'm going to talk to one person at the bar. And then you go over there and you're like, hi, do you... fuck, and then you run out. Like, that's you. You're telling me the average prole back in the day? No, 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 trust me, okay? We are getting stupider and less social. You know, the Flynn effect is done. There was a period of time during which the average IQ of the general population was increasing significantly generation after generation. You know that's done? We finished. It's stopped. I have a feeling that trend is going to reverse over time. We did it. Yay! Yippee! Isn't it rude to talk to strangers and never understand why you would talk to a random person out of the blue? Listen, I'm not saying, like, if you're a guy, you should talk to every hot girl in the bar and be like, hey, what's up, or whatever. But in my opinion, talking to strangers is why God put us on this earth. And if you are the stranger and you don't want to be talked to, you should stay inside. Look, I'm not saying if there's a girl at the gym with a fat ass and she's got her earbuds in on the treadmill that you should go up to her and try to strike a conversation while she's working out. But you have to be able to talk to people. Everyone is a stranger until you meet people. Everyone starts as a stranger. The only person who isn't the stranger from day one is your fucking mom who just shit you out. Everyone else you have to... This is why all the stepmom, stepsis shit is so popular on the sites these days. You know why? Because everyone's so terrified of meeting new people. The only relationships they can imagine are with people who came default pre-packaged as part of being alive. I've made this take before, but I think the reason why it's so fucking popular now is because everyone, it's like a sexual psychosis manifestation of people's fear of making new relationships. That's really pathetic. Well, yeah, but, it's just how people are these days. You said most people suck, so you want your audience to go out and make community with the same people who suck. Yeah, but here's the crazy thing. If you go meet new people, they're also meeting you, And that makes both of you better. You can make your life and the life of people around you suck less if you like you can pull. None of this is permanent. You can pull everyone out of the sludge with you, you know? I'm 19. Do I still have plasticity or am I fucked? Everyone has plasticity. Yes. Yeah, you're always, there's always time. There's always time. You could theoretically stop sucking on like the last day of your life if you wanted to, but probably don't wait that long. Also, you're fucking 19. You're like a child. You probably still wake up with new zits. Okay? Jesus Christ. I'm 13. I'm gonna die alone. Learn a new language. I feel like I still suck at English. I'm gonna keep working on English for a little while longer. Is that okay with you? I think I'm gonna stick to my guns for a bit. To be fair, I think Zoomers today are more likely to be aware of the perils of social media than millennials were in the 2010s. Yeah, but Zoomers today will say shit like, yeah, I know my phone's bad for me, and then spend 8 hours on Instagram Reels. Being aware of the problem and then continuing to engage in it doesn't fix the problem. It just makes you hate yourself more for failing to address it. So, I don't know if we've come across a solution just yet. Delete short form content from your phone, seriously? Yeah, I might be getting to that point. I had a hard time sleeping last night, and I was just scrolling through YouTube shorts because that's my preferred poison. I know, boomer, whatever. But I'm really into like the home renovation YouTube shorts. Here's how you do drywall application, whatever. And I looked back at it this morning, and it was like 140 shorts in a row on the history. That's not sustainable. I need to. There's no way to just. Okay, here's the thing. There's no way to remove YouTube shorts from YouTube on the phone. I think you just have to remove YouTube on the phone. You just have to not have those apps on the phone. You have to go back to like the dummy phone solution. I want to know how that works out for people, by the way, like how reliably that works for them, you know? You can just watch it in a browser. Nobody watches short form content on their browser. I do? Well, that's fucked. I never do. Okay. Sorry. My apologies. I was extrapolating too much. I certainly never have. I have never been on YouTube on my computer and been like, I need to watch a 15-second video. It's never happened to me. No, I mean, you can delete the YouTube app, use the browser site to watch long form on phone. I do like watching long form YouTube videos on my phone. I just need a way to like block short form content in general. Because I don't think there's anything wrong with watching YouTube videos. The short form content thing is particularly bad for your attention span. Just don't click on the shorts. You have no idea how this works. You can turn off shorts, just disable watch history. Are hour-long video essays bad for your attention span? I'm not anti YouTube. I am a YouTuber. I don't know if you've noticed. I think that there's lots of good shit on YouTube, okay? I just think that none of it is in shorts. There are maybe 2 or 3 content creators I've found who make good informative content via YouTube shorts. Everything else is just a like infobite promo for the channel where you're meant to either just dump view engagement or watch like the real videos, you know? Don't forget about food shorts. Those have been really good for me. I don't watch food shorts because they always lie about the calorie count. Looking to lose weight, this crispy ground beef tortilla, fucking enchilada is only 326 calories. And it's like, I'm looking at it. No, the fuck it isn't. Don't lie to me. What the fuck? That's easily 600 just from the rest, just from the ingredients in there, okay? Not even including like cooking oil or whatever. All the best food content doesn't even mention calories in the mouth. Well, I'm trying to lose a bit of weight. We should do holy shit. I just realized I just looked in the I just looked in my OBS preview window. I look like ass. I need a shave, a haircut. Oh my god. And like to adjust my color settings. That's crazy. I look like shit, dude. You look fine. No. I'm not baiting your. I don't. I'm not baiting your approval. The fishing for compliments. Yeah, woman moment. This is just you. You look normal. Thanks. Take a haircut. Well, I do need a haircut. Yeah. Can't say shit. This is why the trans women watch my content, because they're tired of hugbox shit like this, That's why they go over to TTTT. They go down to Blue Sky and they're like, how do I look here? Everyone's gassing them the fuck up. They go down to 4chan. Everyone's talking about philtrum length, Just shave the neck. Yeah, that's traditionally one of the places that I shave, for sure. That's pretty true. No calorie count? You have to calorie count if you want to lose weight. Can you do a course on the different types of men wear and suits and all? I gotta go to court next week. No clue what's appropriate to wear. Fuck. No, I can't. You do not need like an 8-hour menswear, like history and menswear course on what to wear to court, okay? Go down to your local Goodwill, find a suit jacket that fits your shoulders and the shirt that has the correct length and fucking neck width, stack it up in the dressing room, make sure it looks good enough. And yeah, some pants, probably also some pants, I imagine, some chinos. Look at my lawyer, dog, my ass ameliorating directly to prison. Do you enjoy cooking content? Fuck no. Dude, okay, how can people who are dieting enjoy cooking content? Because 99% of the time, all you're going to get from it is, that would be nice. What am I supposed to do with that? Vicariously? No. Sounds awful. I don't get it, Thana. I don't get it. It feels like No Nut November and you're going to a strip club. You're just like sitting there watching her dance and leaking. What do you like? What I don't understand what the appeal is. I guess unless you're specifically into it. Do you like being hungry? Because I hate being hungry. I think you're overdoing the diet that leads me to burnout. Variety is key. Okay, here's the problem, and this is the last thing that I'm saying before I actually shift topics and we talk about stuff that my editors can work with so that we all get to eat at the end of the month, okay? The problem with meal variety for me is if I spend a week, like, okay, very efficient calorie wise, very efficient protein wise, tuna slop, here's my yogurt, here's my protein bar, here's my tuna, here's my Greek yogurt, here's my so and so, right? Like all the stuff that I normally eat. What happens if I make a new meal? I'm like, okay, we need to introduce some variety. We need to add some new stuff, Here's a different meal. It's like 600 calories. This is going to be my lunch meal. You know what happens? I finish the new meal and then I go, well, that was good, but I haven't had my tuna slop for today, so obviously I need to eat that as well. That was good, but like now I'm missing the thing that I need. I need the tuna slop right now. So now I've just added more food I have to eat, basically. Do you have autism? No, I'm perfectly neurotypical. That or I have like the mercury equivalent of a cordyceps in my brain that's directing my thought patterns to get me to eat more mercury. I have the mercury devil is forming inside of my brain and it's trying to add more mass to make itself stronger. Public safety team holding up like a bead of mercury on a necklace and it starts moving towards me. Sorry. We need to do do something here. Do the job, streamer man. Do the job. Mercury devil, I give you all the mercury in my brain. Tie me to a missile and fire me at Tel Aviv. Oh. Trump made tiny cars legal. I saw this. Who had a conversation with him? Who talked to Trump? Who made Trump based?
Thank you very much. One of the other things we're doing, it's separate from this meeting, but I think everybody here would agree with it. If you go to Japan, where I just left, and if you go to South Korea and Malaysia and other countries, they have a very small car, sort of like the Beetle used to be with the Volkswagen. They're very small, they're really cute. And I said, how would that do in this country? And everyone seems to think good, but you're not allowed to build them. And I've authorized the secretary to immediately approve the production of those cars. So you'll be able to buy they really are, they're actually, some of them are really beautiful, actually. If you take a look, Honda, some of the Japanese companies do a beautiful job. But we're not allowed to make them in this country, and I think you're going to do...
Genuinely, who had a conversation with him? Like, Trump only brings stuff up if he was prompted to by... He's, had a conversation in the last 5 minutes, Joe Rogan brain, right? So what could have possibly prompted this? I'm very curious. He was probably watching Reels. It must have been that.
Very well with those cars, so we're going to approve those cars. Would you like to say something about that?
Wait, you don't have small cars in the U.S.? What the fuck? No. No, we really, really don't. I mean, you can get them, but you have to jump through hoops. They're not really sold at dealerships. No, we don't have small cars over here. I don't think... Where do you have to go to get a two-seater? It used to be two-seater. Okay, you can get like a coupe, sure. Like a tiny little sports two-seater. But what about like a truck two-seater? Do they even sell those anymore? Everything's an SUV now, or everything's a gigantic truck. Mini Cooper? I guess you can, but our options are pretty limited.
Just that he never stops working, so even when he's on Asian time, he's calling me at midnight in the States. But he gave me the directive to clear the regulations on this, which we have. And so if Toyota or any other company wants to make smaller, more affordable cars, fuel efficient, we have cleared the deck so they can make them in America and sell them in America.
They're really nice and less expensive. And it really gives people a chance to have a car, have a brand new car as opposed.
There's absolutely no chance that this actually leads to anything, right? Like everything else he's ever done or said, he just talks. It doesn't mean it's going anywhere, right? That being said, based?
Goes to a car that maybe isn't so great. And so you car companies start thinking about that. I think it's going to be a tremendous market.
If only. He called CEOs from Ford, GM, and Stellantis to testify to Congress. Maybe related. Probably not. Not like testify to Congress on what? Why don't you sell tiny cars? Would be nice though. Would be nice. Could Bezos have talked to him? Car manufacturers in the United States don't want to sell small cars here because they're better than the big cars and less expensive. Like, the reason our import laws, the reason our dealerships don't sell tiny cars here is because it's like, oh, why would I buy a brand new $53,000 Ford, whatever the fuck, when instead I could buy a much more fuel efficient little beep beep car for like $16,000? That's it. It's literally just that. Like, why? If people need cars to get to work or whatever, so make sure the only cars available to sell to them are massive, overpriced ones. That was the reason why they destroyed the used cars market. The what was it? Cash for Junkers or whatever it was called. There was an effort from a bunch of the big car dealerships and car companies in the United States, along with the federal government, to essentially cash for clunkers. Thank you, to eradicate the used car market. Basically, why keep your perfectly functional car on the market when you could just, trade it in for a little bit of money, i.e., have it annihilated. Therefore, when people in the future need to buy a car, they can't go to the used market. They have to buy a brand new, very expensive car. This was Obama's fault, by the way. Yep. Before Cash for Clunkers, it was not at all uncommon for people to be able to get a basically brand new, like very good working used car for $3,000 or $4,000. That was really common when I was in high school, when I was growing up. Like, that was just really, really common, you know? Emissions laws meant those older cars made hella smog. Not all of them. Not all of them. Some of them, sure. But like a lot of the used cars in questions were like, Corollas from 2002, which are fine. I remember that was what I was expecting when my first car after college, and I had to shell out 10K. Yeah, it fucking sucks. No, really, it does. Because I remember the same thing. I grew up hearing about, people. It's like the Spider-Man movie, right? Get a new car for $3,000, and then by the time I was old enough to actually drive a car and maybe want to get one myself, the program had come in, and the used car market had evaporated. Anyway, hopefully we get tiny cars. What was your first car? I have never purchased a car. When I lived in LA, I drove my parents' car. And when I went to university, I had no car and took the bus everywhere. And then I have since used the cars of my friends and loved ones. I have never purchased my own car. That was such an American question. Yeah, but like, it's a normal question here. I thought you said you had a used car. Yeah, used by my friends and loved ones. So that's how you afford your clothes. It fucking helps, yeah? May also be for Bezos. He's invested in a modular, smaller car startup. Oh, Slate Auto. Yeah, we've talked about that on stream before. But I don't think it has to do with that because the regulations don't prevent that car from coming in. I really, truly just think that either Trump was in Japan and saw a tiny car and he was like, tiny car, that looks good. Or somebody had like a 5-minute convo with him. We shouldn't read too much into it. Tiny, tiny car. Okay. I went over to Fox to get the video of them doing the interview with that retarded Oklahoma girl with the Bible essay. Um, did they nab the Jan 6 pipe bomber? What's happening here? There's no way that they would arrest somebody who implicates the administration. So it's got to be like a Fed or a Democrat or a crazy guy, right? Libertarian from Virginia, no spoilers.
Alert, Pam Bondi.
As you all know now, early this morning, Brian Cole Jr. was arrested and charged with placing the pipe bombs at
God, he looks so funny all the time, man.
the RNC and the DNC on January 5th, 2021. He has been charged with violating 18 U.S.C. 844, which is use of an explosive device. This investigation is ongoing as we...
From the Ken Klippenstein article, here's the kicker. There was evidently no breakthrough in the investigation. In fact, the FBI reportedly had all the evidence in its possession all along. The FBI's case against the suspect is not based on a new breakthrough, according to two sources, but instead on a review the FBI conducted in recent weeks of evidence that it had already gathered and which the department had in its possession. It's good to know that the FBI is doing their business with about as much like gusto and competence as local police departments reviewing rape kits, you know? Like, they've just got a backlog of them going back like years and years and years. Yeah, we've gotten all the evidence. We've subpoenaed we got the logs and the info. We've got the security recordings. We just haven't had a guy sit down and figure it all out. That's great, man. Thanks for my tax dollars.
Search warrants are being executed, and there could be more charges to come. I'm going to let our U.S. Attorney discuss that shortly. This was the work of multiple agencies working together. This morning's operation was carried out safely and successfully. We know that there are so many issues when you're issuing search warrants. Dangerous things can happen, and this was carried out safely and securely.
Jesus Christ. Has South Park done any bits on Pam Bondi yet? I feel like Pam Bondi comes across as so weak and dim-witted that it's kind of hard to hate her. Like, she's an awful woman, obviously, but she's so obvious. She's not responsible for anything that's going on. She had shit in her nose, brown nose her. Okay, yeah. She's so bad at this. She really is. Truly, her only qualification was being a loyalist, you know?
To all of the people standing around me, they have worked tirelessly on this. Today's arrest happened because the Trump administration has made this case a priority. The total lack of movement on this case.
Who's this guy and why does he rate a press conference with these people? Well, part of it is probably them wanting to lock this one down because it's been an outstanding mystery for a while. And everyone, of course, assumed the pipe bomb guy was a rabid Trumper. So if he turns out not to be, that's like more evidence they get to throw in people's faces that actually the left are terrorists or whatever. Also, the FBI probably doesn't want you to think it's incompetent. Keep in mind, Trump has been president for nearly a year now. The FBI has not done anything. They're literally the federal police. We live in a police state. The government is authoritarian. The FBI hasn't done shit. And Kash Patel has apparently been facing a lot of internal pressure. Like, internal, I guess, like, both in the sense of within the administration and also in himself, like in his heart, to prove they can do something. They caught the Kirk shooter? Yeah, because the fucking family pastor told the police. The FBI didn't do anything. The FBI has done nothing. Nothing! Wait, if there's no breakthrough in the case, does that mean Biden's FBI sat in this? Yep. They had all of the evidence compiled from like 2021, 2022, and they just sat in it because they were like, I don't know, bored, making paper airplanes in the office. Why? Because they're fucking feds, man. They suck. None of these people are motivated by a sense of justice.
Our nation's capital undermined the public trust of our enforcement agencies. This cold case languished for 4 years until Director Patel and Deputy Director Bongino came to the FBI. The FBI, along with U.S. Attorney Pirro and all of our prosecutors, have worked tirelessly for months, sifting through evidence that had been sitting at the FBI with the Biden administration for 4 long years. Let me be clear, there was no new tip, there was no new witness, just good, diligent police work and prosecutorial work, working as a team along with ATF, Capitol Police, Metropolitan Police Department, and of course, the FBI. We are working every day to restore the public's trust.
Like, she speaks the way that you would if you wanted to make fun of her in an ableist fashion. She already enunciates things the way you would if you wanted to make fun of her. So any parody of her would basically just be like a replication of her affect. I have no idea. People hate her, man. Like, people in the admin hate her. A lot of it is just because she's a woman, but she gets way more hate than Kash Patel, even though Kash Patel is fucking laughable and also Indian. You know? Like, you would, it's crazy that misogyny is so powerful that would overwhelm the rights, even their, like, anti-Indian bias, but she was the original pedo defender. What do you mean? Well, that's fine within the admin. They're like, that's everyone within this administration is by definition a pedo defender. They work with Trump.
We hope that today is a significant step towards that progress. We'll share more information.
Cash is a rack of Challenger coins. How is he not the lamest? Did you guys read the fucking leak where apparently Kash Patel refused to leave the jet after touching down in Utah after Charlie Kirk had been shot because he wanted to give a press conference, but he wanted like the FBI like tactical vest, and they couldn't find one in his size because he's this little guy, so they pulled one off a woman and then they gave him the woman's vest, and he was like, now give me the cool insignias, and they had to get a seam ripper to rip them off some other FBI guy's vest to stitch them on his before, and he would not leave he wouldn't leave the jet. He would not get in front of a camera until he was all primped up. Never kill yourself. Now, yeah, don't end it now. You might live to one day be as fucking funny as Kash Patel.
When we can and when it unfolds. I cannot stress enough how hard Director Patel and Deputy Director Bongino have worked for months to make our nation's capital safer and to make our country safer. I'd like to introduce now Director Patel.
Thank you, General. When you attack American citizens, when you attack our institutions of legislation, when you attack our nation's capital, you attack the very being of our way of life. And this FBI and this Department of Justice stand here to tell you that we will always...
Also super funny that because these guys have no idea what they're doing, they actually miss opportunities to do their big oorah fascism speeches, and they default into the same banal liberal nothing speak that people like Kamala Harris and Joe Biden were famous for. You know what I mean? When you threaten our institutions of legislation, you challenge the dream of the hope of the founding fathers, whose gift to our country secured in us all a future of freedom. Like, they all talk like that. Trump doesn't talk like that, thank God. He has a unique, he actually distinguishes himself, but they all don't know what they're doing.
Refute it and combat it. We will provide the safest country the nation has ever seen under President Trump's leadership here. And that's what we did here today with great resolve on a case of massive public importance, as it should be. An individual who is now alleged to have placed multiple explosive devices to blow up multiple people and multiple officials, innocent civilians, is now arrested thanks to the brave men and women of the FBI and the interagency. I want to take a moment to thank the Metropolitan Police Department, the United States Capitol Police, our brave prosecutors, the Department of Justice, and our leader, Attorney General Pam Bondi, and U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro, whose relentless work on this case made this possible. As the Attorney General said, we did not discover any new information. What we did...
What about the same people Trump pardoned? Well, yeah, we shouldn't count our laurels on this one. The fact that this guy is going to be hit with federal charges means there's like a 1 in 3 chance Trump pardons him just by accident, The fact that he's associated with J6 ups the odds.
An investigation spearheaded by the deputy director and the ADIC of our Washington field office brought in a new team of investigators and experts, re-examined every piece of evidence, sifted through all the data, something that the prior administration refused and failed to do. As a result of that, we generated numerous investigative leads, executed multiple legal process with our U.S. attorney partners, and came to this conclusion today. And that is why we were able to safely secure this individual into custody. Remember, we are dealing with an individual who is alleged to have made bombs. We cannot do this sort of takedown in haste because it endangers the lives of law enforcement. And this FBI will never allow the lives of law enforcement in our process.
Wouldn't want to be too hasty, man. It's not like it's been 5 years since the fucking bombs were planned. Listen, we had to take this shit slow, okay? Wouldn't want anyone getting hurt.
To be put in.
I'm mad on behalf of this guy because, like, I feel like at this point he should have just gotten away with it. You know? 5 years, this guy's sitting pretty. He's like, okay, yeah, that was like a crazy week in my life. I'm done with that now. I've gotten really into matcha, you know? And then all of a sudden the FBI busts down his door. That's fucking crazy.
Jeopardy. This execution was flawless in terms of teamwork, resilience, and just a good old-fashioned way of police getting the job done. When you let good cops be cops, this is...
He forgot he even did it. That would be me, 100%. FBI busts down your door, this you, holding up you at the Capitol. I'm like, fuck. This is so embarrassing.
What happens. I'm eternally grateful to the team behind me, to the leadership at the FBI who made this possible. But I do want to highlight when I introduced the deputy, he made this case and so many others, including Summer Heat, his priority to come in here and solve it for the American people. And today, I'm proud to stand here before you and say, we solved it. He will have his day in court. The American public and the world will learn even more information through the legal process as we have committed under this Attorney General. We are the most transparent law enforcement operation in U.S.
leaving
history.
like fascism aura points on the table, right? This whole like, we've arrested him and now he'll go through court. Why wouldn't you want to do like a big speech about how this degenerate stood against the American, you know what I mean? Like you're deferring back to the value of the institutions your administration is trying to denigrate. It doesn't make any sense. Why would you don't believe in due process? It's totally incoherent.
But we are also going to make sure accountability is delivered to its fullest extent. And that happens in the courts of law with our U.S. attorneys and our prosecutors. So we will divulge information when it is prudent and constitutionally permissible while upholding the safeguards of this case to make sure that the people that this individual intended to victimize get the accountability they deserve. And most importantly, to deliver on President Trump's promise to secure our nation's capital and the rest of the cities in this country to make sure that Americans are allowed to go out free and securely in their neighborhoods and that people around the world are allowed to visit our nation's capital. And they now have that trust thanks to the leadership of the FBI, the Washington...
He's technically right about transparency. The FBI is leaking dumb shit constantly. That is true. This might actually be the most transparent administration. Let me put it this way, okay? If Trump was getting shielded by his aides as much as Biden was, we would have found out day 2 of his admin, you know? The Biden administration was locked tight. It took like we had to wait like years and for book, sales to get a inside scoop on just how much they were protecting Biden's addled old ass from the press.
Field office, and I'm honored now to introduce to you Deputy Director Bongino, who spearheaded this investigation.
You're still around, man?
Thank you all for being here for this critical investigation we've been working on for a very long time. We deeply appreciate it. Thank you for the kind words, Attorney General and Director. I appreciate it. Folks, this is what it's like when you work for a president who tells you to go get the bad guys and stop focusing on other extraneous things not related to law enforcement. This is what happens. We had a great team. I know it's said a lot in this business. It was a team effort. It becomes cliche, but cliches are useful for a reason because they matter. And this was a team effort. The director and the attorney general emphasized that it was not a new public tip this came from. This was our internal work at the FBI. And I want to just really express my sincere.
Oh, fuck. Sir, we forgot about a pipe bomb.
All right,
Sir,
so that
sir! He had one extra. They had a dead man switch.
news conference is now wrapping. Dan Bongino up at the microphone there. Pam Bondi making...
Was that it wrapping? Was that how it was? That it wrapped there?
The announcement of this arrest of the D.C. pipe bomber. Gosh, 5
Okay.
years later, John. Just a remarkable development. It all came down to that very grainy video that they were able to enhance and determine who this was and make the arrest.
Yeah, clearly some sort of technical error going on with the news conference there. We'll get back to it if we can. Right now, let's bring in
Paul
Moore, retired NYPD inspector, attorney and Fox News contributor. So as we suspected before, Paul, no new information, no new tips. They just brought in a fresh team with a fresh set of eyes, and they went through all of the evidence and developed, according to Kash Patel, multiple leads that finally led them to 30-year-old Brian Cole of Woodbridge, Virginia, who is now in custody in his home being examined by the authorities.
Yeah, John, so of the two possibilities that we posited, it looks like it was B, which is there was nothing new. It was just a set of fresh eyes, a new task force where everybody got on the same page.
That's so embarrassing, genuinely. It's just a good reminder of the fact that as embarrassing as this administration is, all of the rot runs so deep, you know? Like it's not just about like de-Trumpifying the administration. The fact that the FBI was sitting on this information for years and just didn't really look into it, they just had it sitting in a pile somewhere. It's just fucking embarrassing, you know? The media is going to glaze the FBI for this, but it is pathetic. And honestly, like in a sane environment, a sane news environment, the Democrats right now would be saying, what the fuck? Why was Biden's FBI sitting on this entire time? What the hell? But they're not going to do that. Brian Cole, yeah, they're saying he's like a libertarian or something. I don't know, you know, whatever. A lot of the J6 people were fucking incoherent anyway. I'm sure we'll get some funny, like, bits of his social media presence, or, you know, they'll say he was left-wing because he likes Bernie Sanders or something, even though he supported Trump. You know, whatever. Embarrassing. Why do you think there's so many religious movies being made nowadays? Are there? I know they're coming out with a new Jesus movie soon. But it's only releasing in like Christian theaters or something. Is there? Are there? Fathom Events got taken over by evangelicals. I don't know. I can't even pay it. I don't even know what's going on in like regular theaters, you know? They're making another David movie as well. I think that's the one that I've seen ads for.
And, you know, look.
Okay, so the announcement is that this pipe bomb suspect has been charged with the use of an explosive device. And
oh, they did eventually get back the press conference. How fucking long was it out?
The pipe bomber cannot be overstated. It is the resolve and determination of our investigators that ultimately led to the identification and the arrest of this suspect. We all know pipe bombs are dangerous, not because of the potential loss of life, damage to property, or injury that they can cause, but also because they are tools that terrorize our community.
Oh my God.
Fortunately, these bombs did not explode, although they certainly could have. But make no mistake, the alleged pipe bomber did terrorize our community.
This guy's fucking gold. Holy shit.
Today's actions underscore the long memory and the long reach of the FBI and our partners. I know some people had given up on finding the perpetrator, but not the FBI and not our partners. We do not forget, we do not give up, and we do not relent. Though it had been nearly 5 years, our team continued to churn through massive amounts of data and tips that we used to identify this suspect. I want to thank Director Patel and Deputy Director Bongino for their leadership and for providing us the resources and the personnel to reevaluate all of the data that we had. We dove into more than 3 million lines of data to come up with this suspect.
Okay.
Director Patel, Deputy Director Bongino, thank you for your support.
Kind of reaffirming my belief that this is only happening because the FBI is desperate for some kind of win, like they really want to be perceived as more competent than they are. I feel like normally you wouldn't want to draw so much attention to a case that took you 5 years to solve. I think normally that would be perceived as, like, you would want this to kind of like quietly be addressed. It doesn't make them look that good.
Thank you for your passion, and thank you for your investment in this investigation. From me, on behalf of the investigators, the Washington Field Office, and all of our partners, thank you. I'd also like to thank Judge Pirro. Judge, your team and you are absolutely amazing. You're the type of prosecutors and U.S. attorney, that all of the investigators across the country want to work with. They're hard-nosed and they're aggressive. And thank you for that. Thank you.
And this case is big. 4 years, 10 months, and 28 days ago, in this case,
And the U.S. Capitol Police and certainly the prosecutors at our U.S. Attorney's Office will go to the furthest length. I heard somebody say to the end of the earth, but thank God we didn't.
As I stated earlier, and as the general has already reiterated, our job is to provide full accountability in the court of law with Judge Pirro's team. And in order to
Thank you for skipping it. Well, no one's saying anything new. Like, there's literally nothing to say here, right?
do that, we have to preserve.
Any news on why her Secret Service team took so long to find this bomb at the DNC?
No, but what I will tell you is that evidence has been sitting there collecting dust. This wasn't a new tip. It wasn't some new evidence. It was the hard work of President Trump's administration, Deputy Director Bongino and Director Patel. I watched them from day one come in here and say, we are going to solve this crime. And they did, working hand in hand with U.S. Attorney Pirro and all of our great attorneys.
Pierre?
It does make me wonder if the only reason this happened is because they're feeding all of the FBI like case files into Palantir or whatever. Yeah. Just tossing that shit to Grok.
General Bondi, Director Patel, or Deputy Director Bongino, can you describe, was there a particular moment where the evidence is coming in and it's starting to look like progress is being made? What was the moment that you knew that you were on the road to solving the case?
Dan, you want to take that?
Yeah, sure. I was smiling at you because I certainly remember the moment. Darren remembers it too. He said, "Are you sitting down?" Called me on the phone. I said, "Oh boy, why? Is this bad news?" And he said, "I think we got him." What exactly that tip was, we're going to have to pass on that for right now while we're still, obviously we're
There was no tip. It was all old information.
Prologue of a long book. This is just the beginning. This is not the end of the investigation, as you all well know, having reported on these for a long time. There's interviews to be conducted. The search warrant processing scene is not even done. So we're at the early stages, so that's the only reason I hesitate to tell you what the exact tip was. But yes, that was absolutely the moment, and it was due to the diligent and incredible work of a team in the Washington Field Office that came in and just scoured through this over and over and over and over again.
In general, was it forensic? Was it a phone call? Was it something about a vehicle?
I'd rather, we'll just leave it generally forensic evidence. Yeah, it's fair enough to say.
Okay, all right. Stupid. Oh, fucking dumb. Cash, check signal. It doesn't matter which group chat. That's good. That's good. God, they're all so funny. Such an unthreatening fascist administration. Dumb question, but it does sound like they're just going off a hunch this is the guy. No, I fully believe it's the guy, and they've just been sitting on this evidence for a while. Just weird. Weird. How do we have tabs up open already? What have I clicked on? At least 9 elected Republicans in Indiana have been the target of swatting attacks in the weeks. I think we saw this one, didn't we? Yeah. Look, there have been a bunch of reports that have come out from the Republican Party where people have privately said, yeah, the reason we don't disagree with Trump is because we're afraid of getting, like, murked by his followers. You know, this is just a component of that. Ugh. I guess we have to get to the maximally evil bullshit. Fucking leopards be eating faces, yeah. Woo! Future's looking bright. It's actually looking really bad. We've already seen the shift from using polling data to prediction market odds. And it's just a part. Look, it all boils down to this fundamentally, okay? The gamble, it's like with AI. Why is every site, every app, every device all the time pushing you to use AI? Because all of these AI companies that are losing money right now are aware of the fact that their big takeover of the human consciousness can only happen if people become dependent on it. So they want you to become dependent on it, even if it's, you know, as a loss leader. Push it into every feature, make it a part of everyone's life, and then you've got them hooked, right? It doesn't matter whether or not you want it. That's irrelevant. Likewise, same with the betting odds, right? Same with the betting market. The goal is to, I mean, I don't even need to like extrapolate because the co-founder of Kalshi said as much here.
Mark, you've mentioned multiple times that you think prediction markets will be bigger than the stock market. What is it going to take to become $1 trillion asset class?
It's pretty much already like a close to 100 billion a year asset class, right? Like, it's pretty easy to imagine a 10x from here. Like, we haven't even started. It's been a year. I think a very large number of people care, much larger than traditional markets. And I think retail as a pie has just been growing in the US, and I think it's going to keep growing. It's growing in the stock market, but it's growing outside of the stock market. The long-term vision is to financialize everything and create a tradable asset out of any difference in opinion. And I think if you do build a general purpose exchange,
financialize everything and monetize any potential difference in opinion. Funnily enough, even though this is a huge deal, one place you can go to and not hear anything about it is CNN itself, which, you know, in spite of the fact that a major news network partnering with a gambling app to incorporate like the financialization of, you know, all political developments, essentially all news, you'd think it'd be a big deal, but they don't want to talk about it for some reason. Very interesting. Yeah, it's infinitely evil. Did you see Alex Karp saying war crimes should be legal? No, but it doesn't surprise me because I know what kind of guy he is. I don't know. People overuse the word dystopian quite a bit. It's hard to imagine something as transparently, like, obviously evil as this, right? These people are enemies to humanity. They shouldn't be allowed to do what they're doing. They should all be in jail. And for a long time. Like, we have lost the ability to morally evaluate technological developments. I feel like people, like, the only technological advancements anyone's out here morally gut checking is fucking vaccination. And apart from that, everyone's like, well, guess we have to accept it, you know? Every single one of these schemes is just part of some broader argument from the world's most sociopathic human beings as to why it should be not only good, morally necessary for all of them to have an infinite amount of money. You know? That's one of the big reasons why you see a lot of weird Christian doomsaying from people who are actually atheists when they talk about AI. They talk about AI as though it's not only like inevitable, but also kind of divine. And a big part of that is because the easiest way for them to get a, you know, $1 bajillion market cap is for them to frame everybody who thinks that AI is bad as the Antichrist. If you want to hate on them more. Tech capitalists don't care about humans, literally. Not just a figure of speech to say tech titans are indifferent to humanity? Yeah, of course. Look, it's just a massive coincidence that all of these big, seismic upheavals that they're advocating for also happen to make them obscenely wealthy. See, I don't actually think they don't care about humanity in the sense of like they believe in some greater, divine AI singularity that we're all building towards. I think that for the most part, they're just aware of the fact that this rhetoric makes them a lot of money. With the one exception being Elon, because Elon is sincerely very stupid. And it's very possible that he actually believes what he's saying. I don't think that people like Alex Karp or the NVIDIA CEO, I'm forgetting his name right now, people like that, I don't think they buy into it quite as much. Did you see Joe Rogan saying Jesus is AI? Yeah, Joe Rogan's show these days exists as a basically like Silicon Valley oligarch to bro washing scheme. Like he has had so many people affiliated with big tech, AI, and Palantir on, it's insane. And the job is like, or the purpose of this is to bro wash all of them. Oh yeah, these guys might literally be the deep state. Like they're as close to what we have as the Antichrist as possible. You would think that it's a match made in hell. Joe Rogan's this like brutish, stupid populist, but in reality, no, that was always fake. What he actually likes is money, He's incredibly susceptible to this rhetoric. They all just like money. The craziest thing is he didn't say it metaphorically. He literally said, I think Jesus could actually make the second coming through AI. It's important that people like the Palantir guys try to launder their intentions through people like Joe Rogan, because at the end of the day, these people are transparently marketing themselves to the stupidest humans alive. Like, you have to be low IQ to believe in this stuff. An intelligent person would never, ever listen to Elon Musk or Alex Karp or whatever ramble about AI being the future of divinity and believe it. You have to be like pretty stupid. So people like Joe Rogan, Theo Von, whatever, are essential middlemen to launder their intentions. Like I said, yeah, we do need to get to be a lot more ableist. A lot more ableist. Vosh, by the way, AI is losing them so much money. No, it's not. The companies that run these AI operations are losing money. The people on top are making lots of money. Don't get it twisted. The fact that all of these AI companies are running like lost leader gambits does not mean that it's not furthering the inequitable outcomes they're trying to achieve. Maywin Ponzi scheme? That's the whole stock market, but it's gotten more obvious lately.
Change that can resolve differences of opinions on anything, like the TAM is quite massive, quite a bit bigger than the current TAM of the stock market. I think putting aside sort of the retail trading and the institutional trading product, like there's sort of this separate product, which is like, we are living in a world where like we have an abundance of information, but there's a lot of noise, and like we don't really understand what's real from what's...
All that being said, though, the intention to turn all difference in opinion into a gambling market is so obviously evil. It's like this is up there with one of the great crimes. I would say that these people are, if they get what they want, morally equivalent to like Hitler, Stalin types. Like I would say the net utility loss from what they're doing is equivalent to mass murder of tens of millions of people. Quite possibly more in the long run. It really depends on how much they get what they want and how long they get it. And I think that they should be, by the legal system at least, considered as such.
Now, and prediction markets are an antidote to that. They do a very, very good job at distilling information and surfacing truth to people. And you're seeing this sort of massive shift where like people are using them whenever they think about questions about the future, whenever they're debating about anything. And I think that trajectory is going to keep going. That's a new consumer habit that I don't think is going to be undone.
Phenomenal. And of course, all of these, the betting markets are deeply in bed with the AI people who are deeply in bed with surveillance people. They're all the same people. They might as well all be the same company. It's kind of like how when you get a breakdown of where the money's going within between NVIDIA and OpenAI and stuff like that, it's all just a big Ouroboros. It's all circulating in the same environment, completely locked off from the real economy. Seriously, you really can't find any mainstream video or any mainstream news outlets with videos on the partnership between CNN and KALSHI because they It may be announced to like the investors, but they want it to be quiet for the regular people. You know, they're not proud of it. CNN is aware of the fact that they're inviting evil to the table here. I mean, they're CNN. They're already evil. Is there anything I can do for my coworkers being AI and gambling addled? They might be lost. You should just consider yourself better than them. I'm telling you, man, the future is going to be a very sharp bimodal divide between the vast majority of people whose brains are cooked from short form content, AI, constantly indebted via all of the gambling and financing applications and so on, and a small elite group of people who are just borderline functional. You don't have to run a mile in 5 minutes. You don't have to be able to do 100 push-ups in a row. You don't have to be some Mensa-level math genius. You just have to not be debt-addled, mentally disabled, neurotic, or whatever else. You just have to be functional. You can't watch sports these days without having a fucking gambling ad showed every other second. Oh, yeah, and also you just shouldn't engage with professional sports. No hate to sports, right? But they're all like laundering gambling sites now. That's the entire purpose of the whole scheme is an effort to siphon more of your money or more gambling addicts' money into the hands of groups like Polymarket or KALSHI or DraftKings or whatever else. You shouldn't watch professional sports not because there's anything wrong with the sports, but rather because there's something wrong with the entire industry. What I would recommend you doing is going to like your local games and, I don't know, fighting the umpire. Whatever you prefer. Yeah, or watch me. No Kalshi ads over here, yet. As part of the partnership, CNN will get access to Kalshi's data through an API or backend interface that automatically updates in real time. The data will be featured on CNN's air through a real-time data ticker and can be referenced across CNN's platforms when journalists discuss news predictions. It's the future of everything. All sports, all news, anytime you see anything happening anywhere, there will be like an integrated feature to gamble on it. They're going to start doing it with TV releases. New episodes of The Bachelor will air live, and there will be a little ticker there saying, do you think by the end of the episode, X will end up with Y or with Z? And people will spend millions of dollars betting. How long could this last? This is probably the most nakedly efficient scheme for robbing the working class ever devised since industrial capitalism took root all around the world. Like, I can't think of anything. I can't think of it. Like, this is right up there with what if you put every human alive in a company town, you know? It used to be company towns were only for a couple of guys. Now they're for everyone. I mean, it's a scheme of that order of, you know, it's that level of maliciousness. We have the power to stop this shit next year in November. Democrats are fine with this. Trust me. Democrats were working with Palantir just as well. This is all. This is not a partisan divide, I'm afraid. Republicans might be more openly evil about it, but all Democrats are going to offer you is minor regulation on it. What we need is transformative political action and a lot of people in jail. The integration will be championed by Harry Enton. We're done with Harry Enton, by the way. Sorry. I'm not abiding by this. I don't care how peppy he is when he delivers the information, okay? He's a merchant of evil. Would you accept a Black Rifle Coffee ad read? Serious question. Why would I accept a Black Rifle Coffee ad read when I've declined literally thousands of potential ad reads from literally every company that's ever asked? Like, why would I say yes for that when I'm already saying no for everything? Would you do an ad read that advertises your own stream? No, I don't trust that guy. Yahoo Finance debuted a new integration with the Poly Market. Sports Illustrated and Time launched prediction market data deals with Galactic this year. KALSHI has been blowing the fuck up lately. Doubling value in under 2 months. Great shit. Is KALSHI also crypto like Polymarket? They're all crypto. They're all crypto. They're all AI. They're all Palantir. They're all Cybertruck. All of them are all the same thing. Do not make the mistake of distinguishing them in your head. Any changes that are advertised to you between them are irrelevant. They're all the same blob. They represent the exact same force. They are all Charlie Kirk. Depressing, huh? Can we see more from this? Citadel Securities 2025 KALSHI. Well, I'm seeing a clip, but it's also the exact same length as the one that we just watched. Surely the whole thing is longer. Don't tell me they didn't put the whole thing online. What, was it too evil?
Given that, it was very clear we needed to do.
Yeah, here we go. Turning events into assets with the KALSHI founders.
It's got much louder, but it's KALSHI and Polymarket were there. So there's kind of the new entrants or the challengers, and maybe the kind of most interesting takeaway of that is, like, you know, this sort of asset class that we've been building over the last few years: prediction markets, event contracts. You know, if I think back to a year or 2 years ago, I mean, you know, there was like absolutely no way we'd be on that panel, but we were this week, so that was fun. And then there was a bunch of the, you know, fights and jives and all these things that happened there, but
That's what I wanted to talk about. I wanted to talk about
This dude didn't spend nearly enough time getting shoved in a high school gym locker. It was unironically better when our economic elites were actual elites and not when they're all neurotic fail sons who lucked out in Silicon Valley and now are taking out the fact that they didn't get the girl they wanted in high school and the rest of humanity. Like, Jesus Christ, at least like your Carnegies, your Rockefellers and stuff were actually, you know, chatting their way through the private institutions. At least the aristocracy used to have a little bit of class, is what I'm saying.
punchy stuff.
Now they're all losers.
Well, I mean, it's interesting. I think financial regulation is going through quite a bit of change right now. And, you know, I think there's a little bit of a view from the sort of legacy exchanges that in some interesting way they're sort of being put at a disadvantage because, you know, the sort of new entrants.
By the way, if you want to, you can try it right now. Look up KALSHI on YouTube. This live stream is the third result. They are censoring results because they're aware of the fact that what they're doing is evil and they don't want attention drawn to it. Seriously, look it up. Try it right now in a different tab. Give it a look. Unless you have a better explanation for why a massive, recently traded company that just did a huge deal with CNN, if you look up KALSHI, would not be at the easy top results. You're the first result now? Hey, there you go. You're first on my end, your first result, haha. Yeah. Yep. For me, I'm number 3. And number 2 is a 7-month-old video with 15,000 views. And yeah, all I'm seeing right now is just like low-effort glazing, essentially. It is censorship.
Can benefit from lack of scale, or at least, you know, lack of scale in the last few years. I mean, now we're getting real scale. to do things to do things like fighting regulators and suing them and being sued. And
First for me is the CNBC video. Listen, my point wasn't that I'm always first. My point is that this is a massive company that has a lot of influence. Why are all the video results that I'm seeing from months or from years ago, not years, but like the end of the year? Why are there so many video results that have low views?
Taking on Wells notices and so on and so forth that they can't.
We'll get into the whole story of KALSHI. To start, I want to go a little bit more off script. Sorry to your comms team. But Tark, can you please share KALSHI's latest numbers?
So we're doing, the one who knows them better. So I'm a little bit like, I don't look at the numbers a lot because I'm a bit like superstitious. I try not to mess with them. But so I think we're doing 40 billion of annualized.
Why would they do this? Because Google, which runs YouTube, is also a tech company. And all of these companies are invested in each other, and they all represent the same great big amorphous blob of tech apocalypse that's trying to do the same thing, which is to turn you into a subservient meat wallet. If you look up Polymarket, by the way, the only shit you'll see in the results is positive. What is Polymarket? The ultimate prediction market. Why Polymarket beats experts. How to make money on the Polymarket, a beginner's guide. It's all like tutorials or glazing. I promise you there is plenty of negative engagement with the Polymarket on YouTube, but they've delisted those videos. They're all in on it. They're all evil. They all want you dead. They are all the Antichrist. All the AI people, NFT, crypto, KALSHI, Polymarket, betting markets, gambling, they're all the same people. It's one guy. Satan has many heads. Don't get it twisted.
Volume now. Up from, so last year, at the same time period, right before we got the election approval, we were at, I think, 300 million of annualized volume. We're at 40 billion now. And it's growing like 20% week over week. So the top line growth is growing 20%, retention is up. Basically everything is growing. There's a number of things that are happening. Obviously our introduction of sports markets, but also our partnerships with the brokerages like Robinhood and Webull and others that are coming live. And then the sheer sort of number of markets that we scaled to. So, we were at 80 markets back in October 2024. We're at 3,000 to 2,500.
Over, I think 3,300, so
3,300 markets now. This is sort of the idea, kind of I encountered it at Goldman in 2016 before the Trump election and Brexit, and Luana saw it at Bridgewater, where, they have this sort of...
Did you see the Palantir CEO crashing out on stage? What specifically are you referring to? With Alex Karp. Palantir CEO defends aiding Trump's immigration policies. That one? It's not surprising. He literally runs Palantir. Like, of course he defends the surveillance police state stuff. 100%, obviously. Alex Karp didn't like Trump initially. Exact same story as every single one of these Silicon Valley guys. Couldn't stand Trump to begin with, but now that they've reached an appropriate level of personal psychosis, and they understand that Trump has paved the way for them to do literally whatever they want, they're all Trump guys now. Yes?
And I'm a little bit pissed at the New York Times, honestly, but and the main reason is I believe in your, if you're listening, I believe in your mission. When you write a technically completely illiterate article, you lose a lot of credibility with people who are technical. And that's just a fact. That article about us being a surveillance thing is like where it's all implied what we do. Yeah, but the problem is you lose credibility with...
Is he tweaking? He's probably on drugs, yes, but also he's just stupid. They're all you all know this, right? Again, our aristocracy is just incel losers. They lucked out in Silicon Valley. That's it. They weren't the ones that developed the AI algorithms. They were just the financiers who stood on top of the developments of other people. And I don't know what kind of tech knowledge goes into producing an LLM. It doesn't really matter here, I suppose. But they were not the ones writing the fucking code, They're stupid people. And a lot of them are very mentally ill as well. We have the worst aristocrats, man. I hope China is able to avoid our mistakes, I hope the Chinese government is able to keep enough of a leash on their own billionaire class to keep them from completely succumbing. Because right now, America is just a fucking playground to these people. There are, like, no laws for them.
anyone who goes on the thing, and that's damaging for our democracy.
Let me ask you this.
And again, look left and right. The one thing I would say to people in the audience, you know a lot of you think I'm right, and you know your spouse, your relative, your child, the person at work would be horrified if they knew it. You better speak up, because everyone who thinks I'm a ridiculous fascist, they're speaking up. They write about it every day. If you do not speak up, the people who are disagreeing with me or think I'm stupid, I disagree with myself. So you have to speak up, and you cannot.
This is one of the most powerful people in the world, by the way. Runs Palantir, you know, the surveillance AI network that the government has partnered with in an effort to stamp out all free will. He's actually tweaking. Yeah, but I've seen interviews with him where he's not literally tweaking on drugs, and he's still just stupid. Remember how a bunch of conservatives were like really pumping up Curtis Yarvin, the genius far-right philosopher, inspiring minds like Peter Thiel and J.D. Vance, and then he made a Twitter, and it turns out he was also just a fucking idiot. Like, just stupid. Like, not like in a novel, innovative way. Like, genuinely just another low IQ, self-important guy. You passed by dozens of, you know, Curtis Yarvins every day you get on a bus.
Not blame the far left, far right idiots. When they speak up for their views, do you speak up for your views? Where? Do you tell your colleague? I bet you at the New York Times, a lot of people read that article about us and were ashamed. Did you go to your editor and say, how could you write something that's technically illiterate? The guy might be a fascist, but this is technically illiterate.
Okay, let me ask you a different question.
Did you or didn't you? Because I'm the only one speaking up. You're going to get a world of technical illiteracy on the right, on the left, and in the middle.
Alex, help me with this. A lot of people.
Dude on the left is so embarrassed. Yeah, because this is a New York Times, you know, interview, and presumably the guy on the left is also evil, but much more intelligent than Karp, so he's kind of embarrassed by adjacency. Many such cases in the New York Times, by the way, where you have these like 132 IQ monsters who are like, you know, they're pompous, they went to the Ivy Leagues, whatever, and they're embarrassed at the fact that the new oligarchs they have to worship at the feet of are these ludicrously fucking embarrassing, stupid people. Man. It's not great. It's not great. Anyway, yeah, I don't know. Avoid the Antichrist. Never, ever, ever gamble. Don't go into debt. Don't buy any of the bullshit. Don't engage with any midwittery where people say, you can outsmart the odds or whatever. Keep your nose to the grindstone, okay? Your immortal soul is on the line. All you have to do is not let your brain be cooked by AI, the gambling market, whatever, and you will be better. Then in the new world, you will be better than the vast majority of people. You'll be a king among the blind. But you'll live in a shit world? Oh, yeah, for sure, but there's no avoiding that at this point. I don't want the new world. No one does. Even the people who advocate for all of the companies and all the people who are doing this, every day they go on Twitter and they try to farm engagement by posting like, why aren't things the way they used to be? My brother in Christ. You are the reason. I read Nietzsche, and I have a feeling if he saw the world today, he'd have a mental breakdown. Well, Nietzsche had a mental breakdown seeing the world as it was when he was around, so yeah, probably. He was not exactly the most mentally stable individual. I hate the Antichrist. All right. We'll cut the segment there, but I do want to poke around just a little bit more.
What is that? But it was really cool. We all watched together in the office, and honestly, it was less bad than we thought it was going to be. So.
Well, we obviously don't agree with the episode, but, you know, needless to say. But it was funny. I mean, and the most interesting part was like they copied the app one-to-one. I mean, even the bugs, like even the like the refer $10 at the top, and I hate that thing on the app, but like we have it, and like they copied it. I mean, it was really amazing. But again, it's one of those interesting moments where like this can really be embedded in culture, embedded in our day-to-day, embedded in sort of the way people think about the world, and I feel like we're really very much on the path.
What have you learned from your users? I know you have
before this, like they're not in traditional financial markets, they're not in sports betting or any of this other stuff.
Actually,
and
I think from a lot of the users, what we learned is it's the first time they have a way to monetize what before were hobbies for them. So, for example, we have markets on Rotten Tomato scores or things related to music, and you see a lot of people that have no background in finance whatsoever, and this is actually the first time they're being able to monetize different things, and it's very exciting to also like hear from them which markets they want us to list, and like they bring more people that have like similar interests, and we get a lot of these like communities growing on KALSHI, which I think is very interesting, because I think when we started, we also thought,
when she says communities, she means looking from the top down. There are pockets of people spending their family's savings money on gambling that the house always wins with. I was so right earlier, a couple of years ago, when I first planted my feet in the ground and said all gambling should be illegal. That was such a correct opinion of mine. It's funny, like this is one of the few instances where the completely socially conservative position has ended up proving itself to be the right one. And now all the social conservatives are pro-gambling.
Is it going to be that only the big funds are going to be able to make all the money? And it's very, very far from it being the case. So.
Yeah, our demographics are also sort of the, I would say the most diverse, because, so we have, I think, the highest percentage of female traders out of any active trading product.
Oh my God.
And it's interesting because you ask.
The dystopia is coming for us, okay? And it's inclusive.
You always ask, like, you know, did you ever, like, trade or, like, in any, like, and there's this kind of reaction, like, no, that's not for me. Trading is, like, not for me. It's like, well.
I'm telling you, like, it's so important that you resist the pull, okay? Modernity is trying to force you, like, they're trying to capitalize on FOMO into forcing you to ruin your life to make you useful to wealthy people. You need to DoorDash. No, you fucking don't. All humans for all time didn't have DoorDash until like 5 years ago. Get over yourself. If you're hungry, cook food. If you don't have food, go get food. If it's too late to go get food, then just be hungry. Just be hungry until tomorrow morning, and then you can go get food. You do not need to gamble. It doesn't matter if other people are putting pressure on you. You don't need to do it. You don't need to do anything. If a show is pissing you off, stop watching it. If there are people in your life who are making your life worse, stop seeing them. If there's a movie that everyone's talking about that you don't want to see, just fucking don't see it. You don't have to do anything that you don't want to.
What do you know? And it's people that would never do like any active like trading. Maybe they have a 401k. They would obviously never touch options or futures, which are way too complicated. And then they didn't also even do like crypto or sports betting, like none of that. But it's like, well, there's a market here for something I care about. Like, you know, there's markets on like what, you know, how well the album for like the next Taylor Swift album is going to do, or like the Rotten Tomatoes.
They really do want to ruin like all life for everyone. Oh, all Taylor Swift fans, you're excited about the next Taylor Swift album coming out? No, you're not. Now you're fucking anxious about it because you have money riding on the exact like date of its drop. You're gonna, like, reviewers are gonna be getting fucking bomb threats because there's $52 million riding on whether the, like, aggregate score for the new album is going to be above or below a certain threshold, and one of the reviewers went too low.
And, like, a lot of people follow this pretty religiously, and they have
Nothing can ever be because you just like the thing. You can't watch sports because you like sports. You can't do anything because you like the thing. Nothing is meant to be enjoyed for the sake of itself. Art isn't real. All of it is just a monetizable disagreement, which is, you know, conveniently the house always wins, this guy's benefit.
Of knowledge about that, and there's like a way to kind of monetize it now. And
want to bet on how long until a major bet rigging scandal breaks? Buddy, it's already happened. There have already been a bunch of cases of like accounts making a fuck ton of money because of insider trading. There are no regulations. None of this is regulated. If you're betting on something on Polymarket or Kalshi, you can be an insider. You can be in the White House. You can be in the NBA. You can be whatever. Yeah, there was a Google search one with whether Pope Leo would be the most searched guy of 2025. There are no regulations.
And we see this as kind of a pretty interesting trend over time because, they start with a certain set of markets and then they can go into a bunch of other markets on Kalshi and then over time maybe into traditional financial markets. But this is definitely one of those things where, like, we have a subset of users that are in traditional financial
I thought it was illegal to bet on the poly market here in America. You are incorrect, I'm afraid.
Markets, but the bulk of our users are not. They really didn't have a home before this. Like, they're not in traditional financial markets, they're not in sports betting or any of this other stuff. They're just on Kalshi, this weird new thing that, we have been doing for a few years and now we're basically much more committed to.
What are your favorite markets?
Well, my favorite market ever is I was a big One Direction.
There was one that involved people throwing dildos onto WNBA courts. People were going to games just to do it and win money. Yeah, it's gambling where people who put money on the line have the ability to directly change the outcome, which means that there's going to be a massive increase in terroristic behavior over time because there will be people betting on all manner of shit. And you can just weigh in on it, You can weigh in, you can change the outcome. It is a dystopia, and you should not get involved on any level.
Fan when I was younger, so it was whether they were going to have a reunion was like a dear market to me. But of course, it goes without saying the election market is the market that I love the most. But that one, and right now I'm really watching the length of the government shutdown. I think right now it's forecasted at 21 days. So
this is from
I think
a month
for
ago.
me, like, all of the news I get is from Kalshi. I just open Kalshi and I'm like, wow, 21 days, that sounds like a lot. And go through a lot of things, but.
Listen to these fucking ghouls, these retards, talk about their own app too. What do you like most? Oh, I like the fact that Kalshi informed me that the government shutdown was in 21 days. It's been 21 days since it began. Really? You really needed the massive gambling app to tell you that? You couldn't have, like, known the date when it began and then know what date it is today? Nope, all thinking must be delegated to the Kalshi.
For a while, it was a TikTok ban. I think that was like, because it was really one of those, putting aside the election, obviously, but it was one of those markets where, like, it's really hard to price what's going to happen. And it is important. Like, what's going to happen with TikTok, whether it's going to get banned or not, is a very important event. Like, we should know what's going to happen. There's a lot of people whose, like, entire sort of revenue stream is at risk. And this is millions of people that are on TikTok that make money via TikTok. And then the opposite is obviously, this whole question about, what is TikTok doing to our kids in the US and so on. And it was amazing to see, like, how the market was pricing in real time, the sort of infighting of what was going to happen with TikTok. The more recent one...
We all need to get so much more judgmental. We all need to get so much more pretentious. If there are people in your life using these apps or engaging in any of this behavior, you should treat them with contempt. You are better than them. You should make sure they know it. I mean it unironically. Like, you shouldn't allow... You have a soul. You're a divine being, okay? The heart that beats within you, you're going to be dead one day, and then that'll be it. You don't get anything after that. Do not waste your one fucking shot on this life tolerating the social decay that is being forced on you by these sociopaths, okay? The most you can do, at the very least, is try to keep your life clear. The more of it you see in your, whatever you watch, sports or esports or whatever you get into, you see it on CNN, then don't look at CNN anymore. Don't engage with it, Remove it from your life. Remove the people from your life. Why are you using these soul arguments to argue against AI use? Because I think they're desouled. Because I think that they're fundamentally spiritually wrong. Because I do have axiomatic principles that extend beyond how many chicken nuggies I get to eat in a day. Because I do think that there are things worth fighting for that go beyond, like, I don't know, GDP per capita. There are fundamental elements of the human experience that define the worth of life, and it goes beyond these empirical measures. These companies, these people, represent a threat to our ensoulment that is unparalleled in human history, Like, we're dealing with an entirely new kind of threat. Normally, when you talk about great evils, we're talking about stuff like death counts. Hitler, Stalin, Mao, how many people died? Sure. These people, this guy, to my knowledge at least, he's not killing people. He's doing something different. But I would say, with regards to the severity of the moral crime, it's comparable. You know? It's insane.
That I thought was pretty funny and interesting is the astronomer CEO being ousted. That one was crazy. And like it spiked for like a few days and then, you know, it went back.
And you might note they also have literally nothing of note or interesting to say about their own app. Because again, and it's really important to remember this, these people aren't smart. They are just the financiers who ended up on top. The system they operate in, like the social worlds they exist in, are designed to keep them stupid too. They're cheerleaders for a dead cause, you know? They're all con men. They're con men who have bought into the con themselves to a large extent. They're not, you know, we're not dealing with masterminds over here.
But and then he did get ousted. So
Are you guys monitoring the market behavior at all? Because I've seen a lot of them flip last minute. How does that work?
What's an example?
Like I think the last election one.
Oh, the Mamdani election.
Yeah.
The last election? Jesus fucking Christ, these people. That's the moderator, too. Everyone here is stupid.
Well, the market had it sort of... So this is what's interesting. That happened with the Mamdani election and it happened with the Pope. So actually, the prediction markets were pricing the Pope, the American guy, at 1%.
The American guy.
And, you know, there were, by the way, again, the weirdos on the internet that are now the prediction market stars, like, there were a bunch of them that were buying him at 1%, and, you know, and they had this whole analysis for how he was underpriced, etc. But, like, this is the thing, like, prediction markets obviously are not a crystal ball. Like, we you know, like, what we can claim is that they're the most accurate way of aggregating kind of the prevailing information that is out there, and, you know, sometimes the information that is out there is not enough. Like, and, you know.
It was the next pope being chosen, a decision made only by a small group of people who make their decision in secret. There was no information out there. Absolutely none. It's just gambling. It's just gambling. Even the term prediction markets is a euphemism. They're not predicting anything. You're gambling. If two heavyweight fighters are boxing in Vegas, and you put down some money on person A winning, you're not predicting that they're going to win. You're betting that they're going to win. It's a betting market, not a prediction market.
You know, but it's more accurate than any other alternative. So notably, the Pope market is one of those markets that, like, it is really true. There's not much information about what's going to happen in that room. Like, they go in, they fight, no one knows what happens. They could be fighting. I mean, I have no idea. And, like, they come out with, you know, a surprise answer. And so that happened there. New York, the Mamdani election that was interesting.
Yeah, what I thought was very interesting.
That's what he's got to say. Oh, it turns out the vast majority of people bet in the wrong direction. Interesting how? He couldn't tell you. They have nothing going on up here. None of these people.
And you see this with the presidential election or with New York, which is how fast the markets are at getting the information. So right after the polls closed for Mamdani, I think it was 9 p.m., they started counting. At like 9:02, he was already at 80, or even higher than that. And I think the exact same thing in the presidential election. Start of the election day, I think Trump was at 65. And I think they started counting the early votes for maybe South Carolina or Georgia, I think. And then Trump was already at 80.
Won't this open up a huge insider trading market as people are encouraged to bet on premeditated crimes where people have been tipped off? Yes, and it's already happening all the time. There is absolutely no reason to get involved in any of this unless you're currently engaged in your own form of insider trading.
At like 6 p.m., I think he was already at like 80, 90. And I think it's just like this speed of information versus being on also like watching the news and they're counting ballot by ballot and they're not really sure and they're trying to see and make an analysis. But prediction markets were like, honestly, almost instantly, they are able to get this information and be if Georgia early voting is like this, South Carolina, Pennsylvania is going to look like this, Arizona is going to look like this, and you have like way better pricing. But yeah, prediction markets obviously are not perfect. What they do is they give you a probability distribution, but 1% is not zero.
No, they don't. They don't give you a probability distribution. All they do is tell you how many people have put how much money on which outcomes. They don't. That's not information on the odds. Only people's perception of the odds.
And I think there's a lot that we can do on the education of that, because even for...
Genuine question, if your advice is we should ignore this kind of stuff and not engage with it, why do you cover it on stream instead of not giving it attention yourself? For one, this is my job. For two, when I say don't engage with it, what I mean is don't allow it to creep its way into your life. You should still be aware of it. I still think people should know what's going on. I would advocate for all of you to stay educated on the ways in which our world is getting raped to death by Satan. Like, I'm not saying you shouldn't know, you should remain ignorant. I'm saying that you should not allow it to encroach into your life. You can remain aware of these problems without allowing them to encroach into your life, you know.
The election, you see a lot of the coverage was thinking that a 65% Trump meant an 100% Trump. And they were comparing it to how you analyze polls versus, and it's just obviously very different, right? 65% is a slightly biased coin flip, right? And I think there's a lot that needs to be done in terms of education for people to actually understand what...
They literally, like, they've nothing to say at all on their own multi-billion-dollar product. They've no thoughts on it.
Probability means and how to actually understand and deal with the data that they're receiving. Because data doesn't mean if 51% it's 100 or 49 is 0. So there's a long way that we have to go there too.
Yeah, people were making like, people confused that a lot during the election. And that was like, that was kind of a key learning. Like, it's crazy. People really, I mean, it is not a poll, right? Like, because if you're polling 65%, it's done.
These are your leaders, man.
Pretty much. But if you're being priced at 65%, yeah. It's
These aren't just your leaders. This is them, while their company is skyrocketing in value, them giving a talk at Citadel Securities, promoting their company. Like, this is the shit you lock the fuck in for. But this is what you get.
2/3 chance. That's still very much so a race, right?
Because you're so close to the truth and you're seeing how information is spread across the internet, what have you learned about media and communications?
It's a good question. It's a very good question.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's so meaningless and vague. It means not. It's a nothing question. I'm sure.
The unfortunate reality is, like, you know, people don't really want the truth. I mean, I don't know if it's like, I mean, we've really seen it. Maybe it's not a learning, but like, it's just not what people are interested in. Like, I mean, maybe it's a bit of a broad statement, but like, during the election, the thing that was very interesting, so like when Trump odds were up, and you know, we've kind of really seen this, like, at some point there was like a bunch of conspiracy theories that like I was a Mossad agent because I worked at Palantir at some point, and you know, we're rigging the election. And then when, at some point, the Harris...
Remember how I said it's all the same company? All of these people are connected to each other. Why would a random, like, gambling app be connected to the cybersecurity surveillance firm that contracts the government? You know why.
Odds were up after the Ann Seltzer poll for, like, a brief point of time. I flipped to being an Egyptian billionaire. So I'm neither... I'm a Lebanese guy, neither, born Cal...
The way this guy talks reminds me of XQC. Am I crazy? In that he's stupid? No, it's embarrassing. He just sounds like, it's like coworker shit. He sounds like the habitual stoner, like, coworker you have when you work at a restaurant and he's got like a big idea he wants to tell you. You know? Feels like Elon low-key, because they're all like that.
California, there's this sort of very strong, like, need, and we see it on social media, we see it everywhere, to sort of like reinforce a narrative. And like, it's all about like, what is the sort of end goal, and like figuring out what data backs it. And over time, as people kind of get more and more familiar with these markets, like, I think, they'll realize like, okay, this is a marketplace, it's the crowd wisdom, it's people with real skin in the game. The bias is to make money, which is great. All you have to trust is that people are trying to make money on this market, which is an easy thing to trust. People will start going to these markets to find an unbiased sort of source of truth. But it really is, and maybe kind of like a second sort of learning, like it's just kind of how polarized things have gotten, and like, you see it on like different platforms. Like you can put like Trump odds being up on one platform and on another, and in one of them it like, the algorithm boosts it to the absolute like moon, and the other one it like kind of like tanks and it disappears. And like, so even sort of like, so you have media that's sort of biased and is, has a bunch of issues, and not all media, but
He's saying nothing. I know it's boring. I just think it's a really important lesson for people to learn, because I think that we're potentially harming ourselves quite a bit by buying into the myth-making these people have around them. The idea that all of these people are like Silicon Valley philosopher kings. They're geniuses, and they're riding artificial intelligence towards the horizon. And written like, no, literally all of them are dumb. I think like there are some of the people who are adjacent to this who are actually intelligent, but I think that their brains have been cooked over time, or they keep relatively quiet. Zuckerberg being a good example. Zuckerberg isn't an idiot. Though how long he had his like meta dalliance does make me wonder if his brain has been cooked over time, but he's definitely not as stupid as this guy is. He also tends to stay more quiet, He's just sticking to the business end of things for the most part. Bezos, likewise.
some of it, and then the polls are like, the accuracy is decreasing. And then even the social media, like, even if it's not the platforms themselves, it's like your network and your bubble around you basically like feeds you the things that, you want to hear. And so there really isn't, there's a huge scarcity of like just being able to like look at something and know that it's actually real. Like, and I do think prediction markets, the thing is like, I can't really think of a better mechanism. Like, it's like, if you go back to try to do it from scratch, it's like, okay, how do we solve that? It was like, well, let's figure out what are the right incentives in the system and how do we do it and make sure enough people participate and enough smart people participate. It's like, how about we take all the opinions from everybody and then weigh them by how much dollar they can put, and obviously if they're more convinced, they'll put more money, and if they're less, they put less, and then create an incentive, a monetary incentive to be right, and we just recreated prediction markets. Like,
it's called gambling.
I do think it's sort of this truth concept that I think makes these markets so important. They're not kind of the ultimate truth, but I think they're as close as it gets.
Good, okay. That was a hardball. So sports has become a very popular segment for Kalshi. Can you talk about the rise of sports and how you're battling different states over contracts?
Well, we're suing and we're being sued by everybody. So if everybody wants to sue us here, we can talk after.
Let's wrap it up.
The pricing was very opaque and.
You have been at the cusp, if not the frontier, of reinventing what marketing is and growth marketing. You have this across different channels. You're pumping out different kinds of content. You go viral.
Is this girl like 20? Who the fuck is she? You're the moderator at a Citadel Securities panel. You look like an actual child.
All the time. What's your favorite campaign?
Oh, wow. Well, I'm a big fan of our AI ads. I think that we had two.
Shocking.
Two that we really liked. I think especially the betting on the underdog one was very, very exciting. And yeah, I don't know. Do you agree? No, you like.
Well, the AI ads was pretty big because so we aired the first AI produced commercial on live TV. So that was, and honestly, we didn't know it was the first. We just did it, and it ended up being a big thing. My favorite has to be when we bought up this sort of crazy amount of billboard inventory across all the key states during the election. And we put live odds and live trades. So as the trades were happening on Kalshi, you could look up in a bunch of places. So Times Square, in the middle of Vegas, in LA. Pretty much, we kind of bought really kind of all the major cities and a ton of inventory everywhere. So you could look at a bunch of places and you could see the election odds and who's going to win. And you could see it in real time. You could see the actual trades being placed in real time. I think that has to be my favorite. But it's kind of the same because, when you're asking about the question about listing markets, it's all intertwined. The whole point of these markets is they're much more dynamic. It's continuously about what's in the news, what's on top of people's minds, what's trending, create a market about that and make sure that people are basically talking about it. And we see this as a kind of fully embedded end-to-end. Traditional market, you list something and you cater, build liquidity for it for years, and like that becomes a thing. The next generation just doesn't.
Jesus fucking Christ, man. Jesus Christ. It's I'm developing a headache, but I feel like I'm learning so much about how little I should think of these people.
Not have the attention span for that. They just don't. Like, I don't. Like, I can't even watch movies anymore. Like,
well, there you go. Yeah. Like I said, guys, become elite human capital. All right? You got to be elite human capital. You have to be better than this. The world so desperately wants you to be a little fucking piggy money slave with your short form content, and you're gambling away every free cent. It wants you to live in the company town so fucking badly.
I can't read. Like, I just on TikTok all day. Like,
And working, I hope.
yeah, sometimes. But
I do miss the shame though. I do miss the idea. You'd think this guy would have a financial interest in not admitting that he's an idiot and can't read because he has investors, but it doesn't matter because the investors are also exactly like this guy, and they think this makes him a genius. Remember, what was the name of that guy who they talked, he was in the finance and he was young and he was a billionaire, and they talked about him being a genius because he would play League of Legends on a laptop during business meetings, like he was so above it all? Was that Sam Bankman-Fried? Was that him? Yeah, and then it turns out he was just an idiot also, and he was bad at League. He was like playing Vayne at Bronze 3 or something. To people like this, him being a attention span addled, brain fried moron is actually like a sign that he's a real one. They're intimidated and threatened by people who are capable of reading books. I cannot tell you enough how badly you need to be better than this guy. The world is only going to get harder from here.
but the point is, like, things the things that are relevant they don't stay relevant for long anymore. They're relevant for a very, very short period of time. And so your operations, your listing, your markets, and your marketing has to be extremely dynamic. It has to be sort of wake up on the day and like figure out what's up, and then market it accordingly. And I think we've done a good job. I think it's like small team, pretty hungry, pretty aggressive, and then just pretty creative. Just let people do their thing.
It's almost a mix of thinking like how like an editorial part of a newspaper would be about these what's in the news today. We need these markets. We need to push, have a certain amount of liquidity. We need to do a certain amount of ads. How do we make them? And it's like piggybacking out of viral events. Prediction markets are important because of the viral events, and we can also use them to grow. And having that flywheel, that loop, is a lot of what we work on, from contracts to growth and figuring out how to be better and faster and all of that, especially with the regulatory constraints, is a big, big part of what we do.
Amazing. Well, we're out of time, but it was a pleasure to speak with you both again.
Yeah, it was great.
It's been so much fun to watch this journey, and it just keeps on escaping velocity each time I talk with you. So thank you.
It just keeps on escaping velocity. Just from start to finish. From start to finish, just nothing going on up there for any of them. I'm so tired of podcasters. I know you're thinking of like Theo Vaughn or whatever, but the average podcaster living in Brooklyn unironically has 40 or 50 IQ points up over on these people. At least man, I gotta move to New York City or something. You have to move somewhere where there's something going on outside. No, I mean, this woman is a podcaster. Oh, okay. Well, clearly she doesn't live in Brooklyn. Jesus. All right, I need to take a piss just a second. God, this shit's depressing. Both the cats are sleeping on the bed. They look so cozy. They don't have to know about Kalshi. They don't have to know about Palantir. Fuck, I gave myself a fucking headache over this, man. God damn it. Oh, I felt fucking good this morning, too. I get headaches so easily. Oh my god, they're just so stupid, dude. You know, a big part of my maturing from age like 25 to age 30, like early streaming, basically, was me getting over myself and beginning to appreciate regular people more, you know, people who aren't me. And like, oh, it turns out all of those little like elements of social interactions that I used to think were extraneous and uninteresting contained a lot of meaning that I didn't really appreciate at first. It turns out the world is more complicated and vibrant than I thought. And, you know, there's lots everyone has to teach me. But I feel like I'm going to fucking regress, man. Because it seems like the world is conspiring to make people as dull as I used to think they all were. Do you know what I mean? I don't want it to be like that. I think this proves they were always dull, actually. No, it doesn't, because the world didn't used to be like this. There are a lot of ways in which things are cyclical, but this is new. All of this shit is new. Yo, why are you dressed like Frodo Baggins? This thing is one size too big on me, which I'm really surprised by. It's called a thermal Henley. You know the Henley? This? It's got the placket up here with the buttons. You know why Henleys are Henleys? Because the technology required to make like knits, like a t-shirt, is relatively new. It used to be when somebody wanted to make a base layer, it had to be woven. The woven fabrics don't stretch too much. So how do you produce a woven underlayer that has a tight enough neckline that you can wear it like this? You can't pull your head through it normally, right? If I tried to pull my head through it when the top button was buttoned, it would just couldn't get it through. Hence the Henley. I'm pretty sure the guy wears it in the lighthouse. Of course, it was thought of as underwear, but so, you know, t-shirts were as well. Trying to see if I can find a shot. Unfortunately, I was not able to get what I wanted by typing the Lighthouse Henley. That didn't quite provide for me. Boys at Night. Yeah, it's this. A nice one too. See? You can see the top of the top button is open. But yeah, that's also a Henley. Though his doesn't look like a thermal, but who knows? Is that Pattinson? That is indeed Robert Pattinson. God damn it. I'm gonna take some fucking Excedrin. This thing really is too big on me, but it's a large. Am I a medium now? I can't be a medium. Maybe in this specific shirt. He'll get me down at the bottom. Oh yeah, sure, Tempest. What's good for immediate release? Let me see. What the fuck are these stream titles? I Hate the Antichrist, They're So Fucking Stupid. J6 Pipe Bomber, Beep Beep Tiny Car. Jesus Christ. You wrote them? I don't remember that shit. Tempest, you're watching this right now, right? The first KALSHI CNN one. What do you think a good title for that would be? You think yes? Okay, what do you think? Do you think what would be good for that? The world is about to get so much worse. And then the thumb is like gambling everywhere. Something like that. You have to vague title it, because if I just put KALSHI, a lot of people won't even know what I'm referring to. That's fine. That's fine. The world's about to get so much worse. They want to put gambling everywhere. Yeah, something like that. Probably put that one out. Why start having informative titles now? Listen, I'm sorry, buddy, but my goal is to get the maximal number of views on those videos, and if vague titles encourages more people to look, you know, I see the viewership retention rates. They don't actually change if you use vague titles. More people consume the information, and presumably, if they're watching to the end, they enjoy it. It's just how people are, you know? You got to work within that system. You need more clickbait titles with caps in? I thought I already had quite a few, but you know, we could always work in more. All right. Close that, close that, close that. Oh yeah, I saw this. You guys missed out on the best possible opportunity to buy a new PC. It was several years ago. It's gotten worse. Micron to exit consumer memory business amid global supply shortage. Goodbye, RAM. I thought RAM was like super, super cheap. And I guess it was up until recently. But yep, nope, they have to. It's all for AI data centers. It's all for AI data centers now. They are backing out of the private, you know, retailer RAM market and just exclusively selling bulk orders to the AI data centers now. How much is it? Hold on. Let me just what does 16 gigabytes of RAM look like now? See, I'm still seeing 16 gigabytes of RAM on Amazon for $100, but that's also like from Amazon. It's probably not a DDR5. Oh yeah, no, these are DDR4. I don't really know the difference. I just know people like it when it's 5 instead of 4. Whoo! $330. God damn. Also, it's only 16 gigs. Yeah, but it comes in a 2-pack. The 16 gigs always come in a 2-pack. Different motherboard. Yeah, I'm not going to pretend I get everything. That's 2 times 8. No, I'm looking at 2 times 16. DDR4 kits were like 30 to 50 a little while ago. DDR5 went from 150 to 750. 750! Jesus. I bought a pack of that at the beginning of the year for like $40. God damn. Well, looks like I'll be keeping my computer for a while. What are these? I got them a while ago and had to pull them out because they were making my computer brick for some reason. DDR4. Sorry, guys. DDR4 is perfectly fine. I'm pretty sure that, like, any computer that had a decent amount of money put into its construction within the past 5 years is fine and will be fine for a long time. And the reason for that is because the only reason people ever get new computers is because they've been convinced to by big Unreal Engine 5, you know? Fuck Unreal Engine 5. What was the game that reduced its size by like 6 times by changing from Unreal Engine 5 down to their own proprietary engine? Didn't it? It just happened. Helldivers 2, yeah. I'm telling you, man, NVIDIA works with these gaming companies and says, hey, put a bunch of extraneous bullshit that wastes, you know, computers' processing power so that they feel a need to build a new computer. I told you guys this years ago, and a bunch of people argued with me. They were like, no! The companies would never conspire to manufacture need for a product that they would profit from. No! I did. I brought it years ago, and people were very mad at me. Misinfo was not an engine change. They just removed files for HTTV. If it was misinfo, then why did I already say it? Fair enough. Just play indie games. It's not like they're making any good games that are AAA these days anyway. What is GTA 6 going to be? GTA 5, but like with a new map. Okay. Pretty much got the formula down. Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate 3 runs well on weaker systems. Witcher 4, maybe? I don't think there should be a Witcher 4, man. Witcher 3 ended beautifully. The only way you can make Ciri a main character is by nerfing her from her appearances in the third one, and the end of the third one was great. The Blood and Wine DLC, what more do you want? Literally, you're out there porking Yennefer like 3 times a day in the Spanish villa, and you just get to be there forever because you're both immortal. That's awesome. There are very few games with the emotional maturity required to end that way, you know? A lot of people would be like, and then Geralt and the legend continues. No, it fucking doesn't. He's been fighting for like 100 years. He's done. He's just going to fuck Yennefer's brains out every night for the rest of their immortal lives. Awesome. Let him rest. Wait, which game? That's canonically how The Witcher 3 ends. In the Blood and Wine DLC. It's great. Now the kings will do some fuck shit. What the fuck are they gonna do to the sleepy, like, farm villa of Yennefer and Geralt? What are they gonna do? We're gonna send 100 soldiers over. She'll melt them. Yeah, them in what literal army? Like actual tens of thousands. They're going to have to be lining up siege engines along the countryside to have even a shot. No chance, okay? They're chilling. It's fine. Yeah, man, nothing's ever happened to Sleepy Farm Villas. That has to suck if you're one of the, like, raiding and pillaging foreign armies who happens to stumble across that cabin, you know? You've been having an easy time. You're like a hot knife through butter across the countryside. You kick in the door, and it's fucking Geralt and Yennefer staring at you for the 8 picoseconds you have before every atom in your brain explodes from whatever the fuck they both just did to you, you know? That's gotta suck. Probably not, you know, probably fine that that happened to him, though. He was doing a lot of bad stuff. Me when I break down the door and see a sleepy villa filled with wealth, and I see the back of a man's head, the hair is white, clearly a pensioner, a wealthy pensioner retired to the countryside. Yes! Me when he turns around and it's Geralt of Rivia. Fuck! Ooh! At least 4 countries pull out of 2026 Eurovision contest as Israel's participation showed discord. So discord. Good for them. So what? Spain and Ireland? Spain, Ireland, the Netherlands. Yeah, okay, Ireland. And Slovenia. Okay, sure. Sure. Why the fuck is Israel there is beyond me. Well, because for one, the majority of Israelis are from Europe or America, right? It hasn't been a country for very long. And for two, presumably the deep state. But no one's ever liked Israel, so. Germany would never back out. Italy might. Italy might. More than 100 million viewers every year. Damn. We await formal confirmation of the decision. Well, good for them. Good for them. Greeks hate Israeli tourists. Oh, 100%, yeah. Germany and the UK and France probably will stay in. But I wouldn't be surprised if, like, Portugal, Italy, some other countries back out. Germany and Austria said they would have left if Israel was kicked out. They're so cucked, man. No, actually, you were upset with the mechanics of frame interpolation. Uh-oh, you've uncorked the autism. No, I don't actually think I was upset with the mechanics of frame interpolation as a medium. First of all, frame interpolation is bullshit. Turn it off your TVs, okay? God already gave the program you're watching the intended number of frames. For two, and I was proven right on this, by the way, as I always fucking am, all right? AI interpolation of frames while your system chugs is a bad idea because there is a disconnect between what you're seeing and what your computer is actually processing, okay? Getting Grok on your computer to fill in extra frames while in reality your computer is failing to process any of the shit that's happening does not fix the latency issue. The latency issue is still real. Your inputs aren't determining the AI movement or whatever. What happens when you run out of, when the computer snaps back to the point that you're interpolating frames at, and it turns out the stuff that the AI told you was interpolated was wrong? Just let the stuttering happen. Also, AI is evil and shouldn't exist. Upscaling allows older hardware to play newer games and not get dumped in a landfill somewhere. No. You can upscale without AI. Just run it at a lower resolution. That's literally upscaling it. Do not give them ammunition to worm their way into our lives even more. You know, the newest fucking NVIDIA chips are all AI bullshit, right? Like the whole, they've run out of ways to make life actually better or the technology more innovative. So they're just like, yep, well, these ones have like extra AI powers built in. We put a little drop of Grok into every fucking GPU. Just play indie games. Shaw. But Doom Eternal is good. I gotta play that.
I am sad.
God. I'm sorry. My problem with this woman is not her appearance. However, can she not see what she looks like on her end of the Zoom window? That's okay.
Saddened that they're offended by the truth of the gospel and the truth that I wrote about in my assignment, and it saddens me to see that that offends them and upsets them the way it did. Jesus is always worth standing up for, and I just encourage those people that are dealing with something similar to push back against that kind of behavior. I would rather have my...
Damn, give me the whole... Am I wrong? Because I tried to find it. Did Fox not publish this interview? Was this embarrassing enough that they didn't want to? Because I actually looked for it on their channel, and even though it has the header that you would expect from something that gets clipped and put in the... Yeah, is she, like, so dumb and embarrassing they didn't want to? I don't know... Here, I'm looking, okay? So this is from yesterday, December 3rd, so presumably 1 day ago. Maybe I just missed it. I probably just missed it. No, I don't see it. I don't think they posted it. That's kind of embarrassing. Tell me she does not sound exactly like the Miss Teen USA from 2007 answer everyone clowned on. You know what? I actually don't like the comparison because this woman is just actually dumb. But her job wasn't to be smart. Her job was to be pretty, which, at least by the standards of my taste, she failed at as well. But that's not, you know, that's beside the point. I'm not really against people just being dumb. I'm against them being dumb and evil. You know, she's not just dumb. She and her family are doing this as part of like a, you know, a well-orchestrated grift to turn an unexceptional, you know, mind into probably a couple $100,000. Going to try to like replicate the Riley Gaines strategy a little bit, where you write off a failure and, you know, milk it for all it's worth. Get a book deal out of it.
integrity and give my true opinion and get as...
Wow. Genuinely, how do you belong to an ideology that reduces women's worth to their appearance and then be this fugly? I don't understand it. Look at the clumping on her eyelashes. Look at that. She's on Fox News. Look at this. Are you watching on a PC? Like, can you see, is the screen big enough for you to see? Look at this.
Zero on an assignment, then have to lie about what I really believe.
TTTT would demolish her. Oh, 100%. Yeah, brick material right here.
What I really believe.
If she gets a 100 because she knows why she believes what she believes, I'd quiz that professor on whether or not he even believes there are 99 genders or whatever it is.
Sure. Giga Sneedhon. You said it, not me.
I just did the assignment and turned it in.
Like, seriously. Jesus fucking Christ. What's going on here? Why are they always orange? Yeah, it is insane how much Trump has shifted the beauty standards of right-wing women. You can identify, it's like a I'm telling you, man. Phrenology. Evil really does make you ugly. Look at the wrinkles. She's in college.
And I talked about the Bible in it. That is, I view all of my opinions in the world through the Bible.
Samantha Fulnecki is a junior at OU. She said
her mom probably taught her to do makeup. I have a real theory for this, by the way, and it's that in like evil people didn't always used to not appreciate beauty. Like most of the evil wealthy people in the world, and therefore those that looked up to them, still had an appreciation for the finer things in life. They were just also evil. Again, you can do your Carnegie bit or whatever. They had taste. But nowadays, the conservative wing is ideologically opposed to good taste. It's not just that they're unaware of it in like a general sense. They're actually anti-good taste. And as a consequence, they all look fucking awful, you know? Like the divide in beauty between the left and the right wing has never been this pronounced. You can go out in the town and see left-wing women and you can tell, right? And a lot of them are just gorgeous. And then you see these things like the blonde, orange, whatever the fucks, and they just look awful. And it's not innate, right? Again, a lot of it is style. I'm not saying it's all just bone structure or whatever. A lot of it is just these people do not recognize beauty as a virtue. And as a consequence, they look like shit all the time.
says when she submitted an essay reacting to an article for her psychology class, she got a 0. The graduate instructor, who is transgender, was the one grading it. They called it offensive and said it lacked empirical evidence.
I gave my opinion, and not just my opinion, but that's like the Bible says that God created male.
I just can't get over how she looks. I know, like, the broader point here is, man, it's bad that the conservative media is set up in such a way as to make a constant news cycle out of every grifter who roams in town. And I understand that, but, like, it's just so distracting.
Female, and anything that's not from God or glorifying to God is glorifying to the enemy.
Here are excerpts of the essay. She says, society pushing the lie of multiple genders.
She sure was helping my dysphoria. Yes. Hey, are there any trans chicks in chat who are, like, feeling better about how they look right now?
Is demonic and believes it's against God's will.
That's what I meant by that.
This is what we need to do, and I'm being sincere. You have to get over the dogma of passing being the one metric that matters, because this woman passes, and holy shit, look at how little it matters. Look at how little it matters, huh? We got a bunch of people watching right now clowning on how she looks. I promise you, passing was not the finish line there. Not saying that if you want it, you're bad or whatever. I'm just saying, like, at the end of the day, style. That's always the kicker. It would save you from looking like this, at least.
Demonic thing is that I didn't mean for that to be offensive, but the truth will naturally offend people. And so I think that's why people are kind of viewing that as offensive.
So, would you have a problem having a transgender teacher?
I wouldn't, not if they're able to separate their kind of...
Also kind of boring, because I'm pretty sure Riley Gaines was more or less self-taught, but she's being coached by her mother to go through this grift. So she personally is probably kind of ambivalent. Her mom just wants to weaponize this. Like, literally what probably happened was she came home from class one day and talked with her mom, and she's like, oh yeah, the graduate student's doing grading. She's a trans girl, trans man, whatever, woke. And the mom was like, really? The person doing your grading is transgender, huh? You know, something like that. It's not, I doubt she cooked this up herself. Damn, I feel kind of bad for her. Well, you should, in the sense that her mom is a wretched woman and probably treated her badly growing up, but, you know, she's old enough now to make her own decisions.
Beliefs and things from grading, then I don't, you know.
She's literally talking monosyllabically. Yeah, monosyllabically. Would you emphasize the A there? It's funny for me to choose that word to you know, reflect over. Many such cases, man. That is the theme of this entire stream, isn't it? It's just that they're all really dumb. Man. Oh, I'm gonna get the headache again, man. Jesus fucking Christ. They're all so devoid of whatever it is that makes us special. Love how she struggles to form simple sentences. I'm going to start assigning you guys homework. We're going to have the most literate political audience out there. You know? We need to do, like, a separate segment that I tune in on, like, every once in a while, and it's book club, and it's like, hey, remember the assigned reading? How are we all feeling about it? We just talk about it. That'd be pretty good. $40K novels? No, these would be books for adults. I have read some $40K books. The Eisenhorn, the sequels, not Eisenhorn and not Ravenhorn. What was the one after that? Becken, the psychic girl. What was her name? Beckwin, thank you. I remember I read the first Beckwin book and I thought, this is actually pretty good. I liked all of them, but the other two trilogies were more like were more like fun slop, you know. But that one was pretty good. Horus Heresy, come on. The Horus Heresy books are not written at a... They're not written past an 8th grade level, okay? We should read Warrior Cats. That's facts. Can we do the Hardy Boys? Night Lords? I've read the Night Lords. Night Lords definitely written to a higher level than the early Horus Heresy books. Are any 40K books written past an 8th grade level? 40K is an 8th grade universe. Okay? Let's not shoot too high here. I don't know. I just feel like it would be good for all of us, kind of mentally, to... Just finish the shit.
Really care who my professors are.
She was supposed to be graded on whether there was an understanding of the article, whether it was a clear reaction, and whether the main ideas were organized in a coherent discussion. She got a 0 out of 25 points and filed a complaint against OU, claiming her religious freedom was violated.
That's great. I hope the poor graduate student turns out okay. You know? Because she was taken on leave, so hopefully this works out in her favor. God, imagine being a trans graduate student in Oklahoma. Ugh. Sheesh. Adams inflates budget deficit to $5 billion, adds 5,000 more cops. Yeah, he's been doing this on the way out to spite Mamdani. He's been driving the city into a hole so that Mamdani has a much, much, much worse like fiscal problem to deal with as he comes in. As he enters in just a month. Me, when I definitely don't hate New York. Yeah, I mean, he's just a financial asset for Donald Trump. Many such cases. You guys hear that Donald Trump pardoned yet another criminal the other day, a Democratic politician who had engaged in, what was it, embezzlement? Trump loves pardoning criminals because it basically turns them into guaranteed loyalists for the rest of their lives. Same here. Mayor Eric Adams may be on a visit to Israel, but Monday he left Zohran Mamdani a headache. That's great. That's great. Thank you. Thank you. Incredible. Will you please recommend a book we can get started on? No, because I'm also cooked, man. I'm not good. I have a hard time maintaining the attention required to read. I'm also in the shit. I also need to... when I give you my motivational speeches about rising up from the rabble, I promise you, I'm in the rabble. I'm not trying to elevate you to my level. I'm trying to hype us all up to raise ourselves. I'm in the same position. My big thought, though, is that if you're going to try to raise yourself up mentally, you should read classics, you know? I think it's kind of like how if you're getting into video games, what should I play? Should I wait for GTA 6? Should I get into Expedition 33? You should play Deus Ex. Like, yeah, there's lots of good games coming out now, but you're just getting into video games? You haven't played Deus Ex? You haven't played fucking Outer Wild? There's a lot of shit that's out there that you haven't touched. You know, that's really good. Yeah, you even played fucking Half-Life? The Black Mesa remake, you know? We got to get you on the classics. So my thinking is like, I don't know, yeah, maybe you should read fucking Catcher in the Rye, Lord of the Rings, Grapes of Wrath. Just the shit people talk about when they talk about, you know, the good old ones. Have you actually read The Witcher? Yes, actually, I read the first 3 books, and I thought they were pretty good. Though not exactly difficult reading. There's a reason education used to focus on those classics. It's not because they're the best books ever made. It's because a lot of conversation has been had on these books. They're very influential, which means that when you read them, you're not just reading a book in a vacuum. You're engaging with like a broader. You're pulling on a thread of the tapestry of modern culture. Yeah, it's why we read Shakespeare. It's very influential. Also, if you do, like, if you fucking provide references, you sound so smart. If you are having a casual conversation or you're like a podcaster and you get to like drop little references to classic literature, people think you're so smart, and then the women fuck you. Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. That's actually real. Yeah, it's real. 100%. I saw this take on Twitter like a year ago that I've thought about pretty frequently ever since, which is that it is fucked up that for a lot of younger people, and by younger I mean like my age, more or less, we got a whole bunch of exposure to the classics via cartoons, because early cartoonists, like in the 1990s and early 2000s, were obsessed with putting in a bunch of references to that shit that, like in SpongeBob or whatever, that you would never get as a 6-year-old. You know? But nowadays, I don't think cartoons do that anymore. Except they always reference Evangelion, because everyone making cartoons these days, everyone who's ever personally met Rebecca Sugar has put Evangelion references into the cartoons they've made. I don't know. There's a whole, it's all, everyone's like on anime or whatever, but no one, or the Akira slide, yeah. Rebecca Sugar also put Utena references in there. In Steven Universe? Utena references in my Steven Universe? It's more likely than you might think. At this point, you might. I think that Revolutionary Girl Utena might have had some Steven Universe references in it. It's like half the damn show. Kind of makes me think that when Rebecca Sugar was like premiering the concept to the CN execs, they were privately hoping, please never have watched Revolutionary Girl. No, please never have watched it. Don't call me out on this. Yeah, here's the design of Pink and Pearl, and here's the art style, and here's how everything looks, and here's the vibe, and everyone's lesbian. Okay. The Supreme Court's allowing the Texas congressional map. Are they? Makes sense. Sounds like something they'd do. How new is that news? Yeah, there we go. 5 minutes ago, last updated. Yeah, this is to be expected. The Supreme Court on Thursday came to the rescue of Texas Republicans, allowing next year's elections to be held under the state's congressional redistricting plan favored by the GOP. Okay, so now our hope is that the shift in 2026 is so far to the left that they end up dummy-mandering and the Dems pick up a few seats. That's the hope. Sugar's new show is coming out soon. Nice. I look forward to it. Rebecca Sugar is so reviled for so little reason. Been watching SU with my partner who hasn't seen it before, and it's like, damn, this shit really is written like way the fuck better than everything else in its peer class. This is really good. Once you separate it from like the Tumblr miasma and all the fan bullshit and all that, and you just engage with it on its like in its own context, it's really fucking good. Blame that one YouTuber. You ever think of how much willpower it must have taken Rebecca Sugar to not have a gigantic crash out when public opinion for years on their show was tainted by a really low quality vitriolic video essay written by an insane person who's also like a incestuous rapist or whatever and a pedophile. Like the fact that Rebecca Sugar saw like discourse shift against SU over that and did not have a gigantic public crash out over it is really impressive. Wait, who? Lily Orchard, though I'm pretty sure she goes by like 17 different names now. Are we vague? We're not vague posting. This is a reference to like a well-known thing. The Lily Orchard made a very, very popular video essay that was smearing Steven Universe for bad reasons. Lily Orchard later admitted that she hadn't actually like watched the show, basically, and just wanted to be contrarian or whatever. And also Lily Orchard is a bad person for a wide variety of reasons. We're not vague posting. We're being very specific. I just didn't provide the exact context that you were missing. It's a deep rabbit hole. It's like a lolcow thing. You know. Chris Chan? Who's Chris Chan? Buddy, you don't need to know. Whatever happened to Boxy? I think she made like a video 20 years ago and then moved on. She's got to be like 45 years old now or something. What do you mean what happened? I don't think she had an enduring presence. I think she just... Good night. Good night, y'all. God bless her. Pro-Israel group blasted for anti-Semite of the year list featuring Miss Rachel and leaving off far-right figures. Oh, I saw this. Yeah. Didn't they actually post a follow-up post where they said, the reason why Nick Fuentes isn't here is because of a technicality or something like that? Has Nick Fuentes earned being anti-Semite of the year? Hasn't he dialed it back a little bit lately? Like he's gotten more into the dog whistling? He kind of oscillates, right? The more out of the public eye he is, the more he just openly talks about the Holocaust and so on. But lately, every clip I've seen of him is him just getting mad at his own viewers. His chat is more openly anti-Semitic than him. If he has the Destiny Sprite Brain thing, it might actually push him into being pro-Semitic. You know what I mean? Because like his chat's being irritating. So he's like, if you guys are gonna keep fucking, if you Goyim are going to keep acting this way. Even Fuentes seemed confused by his name not appearing on the list. Why wasn't I nominated? He wrote on Twitter. Is this the award that Hassan has won? I know Hassan has been on the list before. Has he won it? Or has he just been like a top 10 finalist? He got second place to Candace last year. What an honor. Have you seen the Somali shitpost of them acting like Zionists? Oh, you mean all the Minnesota was promised to us 3,000 years ago? Like I saw a picture of a black guy with the kippah and the hair curlies being like, yeah, I've seen it. It's pretty fucking funny. Surprised they haven't nominated you. You got to step your game up. Yeah, what the fuck, honestly. It's a coin flip. The way you get on this list is either by being a neo-Nazi or by thinking it's bad to vaporize Palestinian children. And it's like a perfect 50-50, you know? Yeah, Miss Rachel was on the list. Has there ever been an optics failure as much as Zionists in the past 3 years? Has anyone ever fumbled a winning bag this much? Basically, every American liked Israel for no reason. And also, Zionists literally control all politics and media, because Zionist, in this case, just means like complicit with deep state MIC, business ties, right? It's not, it doesn't really have anything to do with your relationship to Jews. It's just understanding Israel as like a vessel of American power, So everyone in power is a Zionist, all the New York Times, CNN, whatever, everyone, all of them are in line with capital. And then over the course of a couple of years, they fumble the bag in large part because they have no propaganda strategy other than accusing you of being an anti-Semite every time you say anything halfway reasonable. I think it's bad that Israel is engaging in asymmetrical warfare and slaughtering thousands of civilians. Okay, Hitler. That's all they've got. It's all they've had for years. Don't these people have like fucking bajillions of aren't we up against all of capital? Don't they have a better strategy than this? Is that all? Is that it? That's all they can come up with? Yeah, now they've made eternal enemies of many, many people. Just by being this bad. I don't know. I'm trying to find the tweet where who was that one woman who said it was blood libel? It was Miss Rachel said it's not anti-Semitic to like not want to kill children, and then somebody quote tweeted and said this is blood libel, and if you don't understand why, you're beyond saving, or something to that effect. Eve Bartlow, that was Eve. I am genuinely surprised that Mossad hasn't killed Eve Barlow yet for being so good at making people anti-Semitic. She's literally the most annoying woman alive. Like her, it does make me wonder, and I'm not doing a bit, it does make me wonder how much of the Zionist pearl clutching we've seen in the past few years is actually being orchestrated by neo-Nazis who are trying to get people to hate Jewish people. Like, what if we all pretended to be the most insufferable people on earth, It would be an interesting false flag operation. It sometimes feels like it's more plausible than just all of these people being on their own completely insufferable. I don't know. No Israelis are just like this, but she's not Israeli. Is she Israeli? I don't think she's Israeli. No. It's like the Zionist media class. It's not really a person being Jewish. Non-Jewish Zionists are also insane. Well, remember the person who runs Politico, the non-Jewish Zionist, that lunatic? Why'd Mamdani keep that policewoman? She's saying crazy shit about Mamdani. What is Tish saying? Right now? Speaking of like lunatic Zionists, yeah. Grok, you're literally blocking the fucking... NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch's brother called Zoran Mamdani an enemy of Jews during a private charity dinner last night. An inflammatory comment that comes on the heels of the incoming mayor decision to retain Tisch's. Nah, this is fine. Dude, Mamdani is such a likable guy. The more... I love... He is like the rock wall that Zionists crash against to die, His message discipline... remember how he said he supports Israel's right to exist as an equal state, and it literally in the debate stage led to people blustering out a response. The moderator was like, so you don't want it to be an ethno-state? You don't like Hitler? Yeah, he's the lighthouse that he's the siren that compels all the Zionists to drown themselves. It's insane. He's doing like nothing. He's totally fine. I encourage all the Zionists to continue exercising this incredibly effective rhetorical strategy they have, of the endless pearl clutching and browbeating with nothing else. No effort to convince anyone, because every single time people are polled how they feel about Israel and Palestine, sympathies shift more and more to Palestine, like consistently every time. It's been 2 years since, for the first time in history, more Americans have been or like less than 50% of Americans have not supported Israel in their military engagement, I think. More or less 2 years. And since then, it's only slipped down further and further. Jessica Tish is Jewish, just putting it out there. What are you putting out there? It's New York City. Aren't like 20% of the people here Jewish? It's literally fucking Israel in the new world. I'd prefer if they didn't take the Jews down with them, though. Yeah, it really does suck for non-lunatic Jewish people that their, I guess, reputation as a community is being firebombed day in and day out by the world's most insufferable people who keep weaponizing their identities in bad faith to defend a big cluster of capital interests, you know? Just saying she might be a Zionist too. Commissioner Tish is a massive Zionist, but not because she's Jewish. There are tons of non-Jewish Zionists. Remember Cuomo? Cuomo's not Jewish. Eric Adams isn't Jewish. They're all Zionists. Here's Hillary Clinton. Oh, yeah, I saw this. Clinton has crawled out of her cave to accuse young people of not knowing the truth about Israel because of social media. Yeah. Anyone else really sick of liberals who still keep trying to push the whole Hillary was right all along about everything thing, when the only thing that Hillary has ever been right on is that Donald Trump is bad, which everyone also knew? Like, she's not exactly the only one. She doesn't hold a monopoly on that position. It's a widely held position.
That our students...
And maybe Serbia. And maybe Serbia! That's it. Those are the only two things she has. Donald Trump is bad, and Belgrade must be vaporized. Yes, thank you.
Smart, well-educated young people from our own country, from around the world, where were they getting their information? They were getting their information from social media, particularly TikTok. That is where they were learning about what happened on October 7th, what happened in the days, weeks, and months.
Mitt Romney literally admitted that the TikTok ban back under the Biden administration was in large part because of short-form independent content radicalizing people against Israel. It's a big, big club, and you're not in it, buddy.
Follow. That's a serious problem. It's a serious problem for democracy, whether it's Israel or the United States, and it's a serious problem for our young people. And
it's so cool and so normal how like every single person in power, all of them, all the time are just, I don't know, man. How many people have you seen, business leaders, politicians at the wall, in Jerusalem, or attending some like Israel unity conference or whatever? It's all over the fucking place. It's like all of them, man.
Frankly, shocking to me how little the students we were encountering, not only in this class we teach, which is a very large class, international relations about crisis decision-making, but students more generally. And that's why I mentioned the social media piece.
In his final weeks in office, Eric Adams, quote, prohibits city agency heads and staff from engaging in, quote, any policy that discriminates against the state of Israel, Israeli citizens based on their national origin, or individuals or entities based on their association with Israel. Nice, gotcha. Wonderful. I really do feel bad for Jewish people, man. They're getting roped up in so much nasty shit. Like, can you imagine if they did this with, like, black people or something? All the world's most evil people in America, or I guess all of America's most evil people, all of them, regardless of political affiliation, race, gender, nationality, age, all of them, every time they did something evil, just openly evil, they're stomping on a baby on TV. They're like, I'm doing this because of black people. I'm doing this for black people. I don't know. I feel like this gotta be really frustrating as a black people. This, like, can you stop? Please?
Of it, because when you would try to talk to them to engage in some kind of reasonable.
No, I'm so sorry. I saw your message today because I've been fucking ignoring my Discord messages for a while because I've been lazy as shit, and I saw that you're with the Linux army because I saw that from the opening few words. That's fucked up because I can ignore chat's opinions, but I take yours seriously, you know. I'm so sorry. Okay, well, what am I supposed to do? Build a new computer? Have you seen the cost of GPUs and RAM? Oh my God.
Discussion. It was very difficult because they did not know history. They had very little context. And what they were being told on social media was not just one-sided, it was pure propaganda. And so when you think about how to tell Israel's...
It's just shit like this, man. I don't know. Hey, every single political leader has to show up and do events like this. And, oh, you want to be the New York City mayor? Well, here's your 17 opponents. Every single one of them is wearing a little yellow ribbon flag on their... a pin on their chest, and every single one of them, when asked what's the first thing you're going to do if you become mayor? I think I'm going to go over to Israel. Yep, gonna go over there and kiss the wall. Yep, first thing I'm going to do. Yep, yes, sir. Get around to Mamdani. What are you going to do, Mamdani? I don't know, stay here in New York City. What the fuck did you just say?
So when you think about how to tell Israel's story, and it's important...
Shit like this just prints groypers on a 3D printer. Literally, man. It's like, when Nick Fuentes ends up winning in 2032, I'm blaming these people, okay? Jesus Christ. You have to know so much about the way the world works to interpret all this information in a non-anti-Semitic way. Can you imagine growing up in a world where they're stomping on babies saying, I'm doing this for black people bit? You've got like 6-year-old kids looking up at their mom. Mommy, why are black people making them stomp on babies? I don't know. I don't know, little Timmy. It's just the way things are, okay? Walking down the street, you see a black guy, you look at him, he looks at you. You're just a couple feet apart, but in your souls, there's a wide gulf. It's nasty stuff.
It's not just looking internally, it's looking externally, and particularly looking at young people, because, you know, it's not just the usual suspects. It is a lot of young Jewish Americans who don't know the history and don't understand. I was talking to Condi Rice, and, you know, she said in an interview that I did...
It's really inconvenient for them that a majority of young Jewish people are sympathetic to Palestinians, so now they have to pretend the reason why those young Jewish people are sympathetic is because they're misinformed. They can't even engage with the disagreement in good faith. Like, they can't even say we have differing opinions and values with regards to the state of Israel. They have to say, yeah, no, they're actually just bad Jews. They just don't know their own history, I guess.
After the 20-point plan came out, she and I were on CBS, and she said, you know, when people were chanting from the river to the sea, she would ask the students, what river, what sea? They didn't know. I had the same experience. A lot of the challenge is with younger people. More than 50% of young people in America get their news from social media. So just pause on that for a second. They are seeing...
All I can think about is that one lady who was up on stage saying Holocaust education is too good. And we're trying to give facts and stats, but the kids these days are just seeing cards on the phone. That lady was incredible. She was like, now, if you're opening up the phone and you're seeing all these videos of children being slaughtered, and some young Jews look at this and they learn the wrong lesson from their Holocaust education. The wrong lesson that you've got this big, strong, powerful group like Germany or Israel, and then these weak, defenseless people being killed. But like, it's not like that, though, you know? She was on another level. And again, like, none of this is moving the needle in their direction, which does make me wonder if this whole thing is like a Groyper deep plant. Does Hillary Clinton work for Nick Fuentes? Many inquiring minds would like to know the answer. Because listen, he's not doing shit for her career, but she's doing a lot for his. I'm going to spend the rest of my fucking political career, however long that is, the rest of my advocacy, YouTube, whatever, having to like patiently explain to people how, in spite of how it looks, it's not the JQ. I know they're doing everything in their power to make it seem like it, but it's actually capitalism. If we go back to what you have to understand is that this could have happened to any group, right? It could have been Liberia, all right? Any American colonial, any extension of our colonial and capitalist interests could have been turned into the cultural wedge that we would then use as a justification for every evil fucking thing we want to do. In this timeline, it's Jews. It could have been Estonia. It could have been Kosovo. In a different timeline where Israel didn't exist, we turned Kosovo into the only democracy in the former Soviet Union, okay? Kosovo? Oh, I'd die for Kosovo. Everyone's going over there to the Kosovo wall. Every American president is like kneeling at the statue to Bill Clinton, you know? We're having like American Kosovar union talks every fucking day. Anytime anybody says anything even remotely anti-Kosovar, everyone's like, bro, what the fuck did you just say? Do you condemn Serbia? I do. Do you condemn Serbia? I do. I'm losing my fucking mind. Okay. But do you condemn Serbia? I really do. It's the thing you need to understand. I really, really do. However, maybe the Kosovar thing would actually work because unlike Israelis, the Kosovars have actually been there for longer than 60 years. Ethnically, the Albanians have actually been there for a long time, so. This is so stupid. Not even the Turks can get rid of them? Why are you saying that? Like the Turks are competent? What's your implication there? Turks occupied Greece for like 500 years, and the nanosecond it fell apart, the Greeks were like, fucking hated you the whole time, Duh. I have so many goddamn tabs open. What is this? We're doing eugenics in Silicon Valley?
I think at first it can sound like it's scary, right? Like you can predict intelligence from DNA. You can predict, height from DNA. Height is maybe more obvious. I mean, people can look at their siblings and be like, well, my brother is like 4 inches taller than me.
What's that joke? It's like eugenics is a terrible idea. Everyone's just going to try to like establish a lineage of big dicks, you know? You can't go fiddling about with your own genetics like that. Now, I was born with a genetic condition that has left me blind. So obviously, if I could go back, I would change my own genetics to give me a bigger dick.
Just if you think about that for a second, potentially, if your parents had been using nucleus, they would have not selected your embryo.
My mom said she wanted a taller boy.
But does that not give...
That's very weird. That's pretty weird.
If you pause as you think about the lives that will not exist as people optimize for things, not realizing they're losing a Keon in the process.
No, first off, Keon would have still been made, because remember that even if you optimize by 1 inch or 2 inches, you're not actually changing most of my DNA.
You said 4 inches.
Okay, 4 inches, sure. If a parent has a couple embryos and they want to have a taller child, I think that is absolutely their right and their choice.
Once again, like wheeling back to my take that all of these people are incredibly stupid. The problem with eugenics, sorry, in this context, I mean, not forced breeding, but in terms of like egg selection or whatever the fuck, the problem with eugenics isn't like, wouldn't it be bad if everyone was tall? The problem is you're creating like a class strata where in the long run, for one, all people are now reducible down to their biological attributes. We no longer appreciate like the diversity in people. A person who is short is a mistake, not just like there is freedom in knowing that sometimes you're just fucked genetically on a thing. Like if you're short, you're just short, dog. You didn't fuck up or fail. No one failed you or whatever. It's just how it is sometimes, you know? That's fine. That's life. That's good. You know, your life isn't worse because you're short, like mechanically or whatever. I guess you can't reach the tall shelves as easily, but for the most part, it's just like a social thing. But it would only get worse. Like the stigma to being a short guy is going to get a hell of a lot worse when you can buy your way out of it, you know? 8 inches might be average now, but in a world where the average is like 12 inches and being 8 inches is like a mistake, you know, now 8 inches isn't going to please. Like as it is now, women will pretend to feel 8 inches, but, you know, they're not even going to pretend in this future. Fucked up.
Keon, I think we're onto something here. Like, does it not give you pause knowing that within your own family, if your parents had sought to optimize for height, understanding it's not a perfect science and not destiny, if they had done that, potentially someone like yourself would have been overlooked at the embryo stage.
No, you know, the embryos that you have are still based off my mom and my dad's.
I guess it's one thing that's good in terms of the whole creating a genetic elite thing is that there's no way to genetically select for more intelligent children. There are no isolated genes that influence intelligence. You might be able to like get rid of some genetic conditions, or maybe there's like, oh well, we took out the Down syndrome lump that was in your sperm cell, whatever. Fucking, you know, you can. There's a couple of like edge case stuff you can select for, but there's no way to genetically influence the intelligence of a of an egg or a sperm cell or whatever, because intelligence is an extremely multivariate thing. In spite of the efforts of many racial scientists, you can control height with a couple of genes. There's stuff like skin tone, nose shape, size, eyebrows, whatever, relatively easy to adjust. And even that's tough. I mean, you're still kind of gambling a bit, but for intelligence, nah. We'll get there eventually with intelligence. You know, I genuinely don't know if we will, because I think the inconvenient thing for the eugenicists is that intelligence is actually much more nurture than it is nature once you get rid of the big ones. Like, assuming that there are no serious debilitating characteristics, like you know, like Down syndrome being an example, right? But stuff like that. Once you remove like the big obvious ones, and then everyone gets the same education, everyone gets fed enough, you're not malnourished or whatever, I think that like at the end of the day, your intelligence is overwhelmingly nurture, not nature. Obviously for stuff like height or skin tone, it's pretty much all nature. But yeah, I don't know if you could really select for higher intelligence. For, you know, in a eugenic sense. I'm not really sure if you could. It doesn't even, dude, it doesn't even work when you do regular eugenics. Like, between people fucking. Because if you have two smart people having a kid, there's not really any guarantee that kid will be smart. Usually it's just they benefit from the higher education that they get because they're born into a family where, well, both of my parents are educated, so they're going to value education more, and you're more likely to go to a better school. But I don't think there's been much of a demonstrated correlation for like the intelligence of parents to the intelligence of children once you normalize for factors like education. You know? I just think we're too complicated. We're just too complicated for that. I'm sure there's some correlation. I'm sure there's some. Good parenting was found to have a far bigger impact on intelligence than genes. I don't think there's no correlation. I don't think there's nothing genetic. That'd be ridiculous, of course, but genes don't work with this on-off switch anyways. Yeah, no. Also, intelligence doesn't really correlate that well to success in life anyway. Success in life mostly comes down to energy, social attainment, ability to read a room, you know, that kind of stuff. It's not like being a you know, autodidact math savant is going to help you out in most cases. Autodidactic? Is that autodidactic?
DNA, right? So the embryo's DNA between them, they're not that different between each other. It's not like one embryo, for example, is 5 feet and one's like 7 feet, right? That's not how this is. You are picking from basically already existing embryos that are from mom and dad's DNA. So they're combinations already of life.
Brilliant stuff, really. Who is this person? CBS Mornings? Okay, I see. Hold on. CBS Mornings. God damn it, my keyboard. No! CBS Mornings embryo height. New embryo testing company says it can predict lifespan, height, and IQ. Okay, I think it's from this.
Incredible insights into the traits of their future children. Families can not only screen for the likelihood of disease, but also pick embryos based on their expected height and IQ. Brooke Silva Braga got special access to Heresight, a company pushing the scientific and ethical limits of embryo selection. Brooke, good morning.
Good morning. Well, this process involves a couple using IVF to create embryos in a lab, then analyzing the embryo's DNA before picking which one to implant. Heresight says it's offered their service to about 80 couples over the last 2 years while in stealth mode. Now they're open to the public with hopes of making humanity healthier and smarter.
Oh, is this not it?
I'm excited.
Yeah, me too. I was getting fucked up by a mustache hair that was poking my upper lip. I have to trim that.
We were there as
diabetes. Tell you which one to implant.
27 employees, most of whom work from home.
Isn't it so creepy? Like controlling parents are already a problem. This is that on steroids. It's super creepy, yeah. Super fucking creepy.
It's interesting and seems maybe not coincidental that this isn't some big pharma company doing this. It's, I don't know if you'd be insulted by the phrase ragtag, but it's like literally a couple dozen people without a big office.
That's exactly right. We hired the best people we could find in their positions who are also willing to put everything on the line for this, because...
What does that mean, put everything on the line?
This is considered controversial among some people, not everyone certainly, but if you...
Yeah, whatever, man. I don't believe in that shit. Hold on, we have to read donos. Wait, fuck! I might have to wait till tomorrow to read donos. God damn it. The time really got away from me today. You know what? Hey, today, massive success streaming-wise. You know why? High energy, and I didn't really cough that much. Bodes well. Hey, Pointer, though, before I go... I made a tweet on this that popped off. I haven't actually read it. Like, I haven't watched this video. Why you're the least valuable friend. Has anyone seen this? From Healthy Gamer GG? Is this video worth looking at? We talk about like social stuff a lot, you know? We engage with the I'll never watch this. Okay, but will you never watch this because you're uninterested in it or because you feel threatened by it? Excuse me, sorry. Oh yeah, I was scared to click on this. I feel like a lot of people feel this way, you know? No, Vosh, I think it's brain poison. Okay, but like in what way? You know, I think I might... Here, I'm going to keep that. I think that I might go over that video next stream. r/Vosh got triggered by your quote tweet of it. It's Vosh V. Thank you. Damn, no kidding. 427 upvotes. I don't know if triggered is the right go. Intolerable psychic damage from the thumbnail, like Dr. K. Dr. K. I don't know enough about Dr. K to really say anything. I think Dr. K was pushing for some weird kind of like pseudo-scientific bullshit before, but I don't know, man. I for one, I haven't retained that negative information, and also for two, was it that big of a deal? And for three, I'm not really in a position to be judging people off of half-cocked memories. Yeah, I'll probably go over it. Ayurveda? Traditional Indian holistic medicine system that focuses on creating balance between the mind, body, and spirit. It's probably... There's a lot of mystical mumbo jumbo that I don't think holds up any weight on its own, but can be used as a framework for promoting good ideas. Like, for example, I don't think feng shui is a thing. However, I think that a lot of people who talk about feng shui are actually talking about like good aesthetic principles for organizing your house that don't literally refer to energy moving through the house, but instead kind of correlate to stuff that feels good anyway, you know? They're just developing a system that explains why they feel good about the way that things are laid out. It's probably fine. Breaking? Well, then why don't we fix it? Grand jury rejects new mortgage fraud indictment against Letitia James. Dude, have there ever been so many grand jury rejections, like in all of American history? I cannot think of any other. It's insane how much shit they keep throwing at people gets bounced right off. So much for the sandwich theory, yeah. Can stuff like this be moved to the Supreme Court? No. He's actually wrong about ADHD most of the time, too. Wait, you better not be talking about me. I've never had a wrong opinion. He works with people in addiction, ADHD, and kind of generalize the background to things he doesn't know as much about. Okay. I don't know. Not you. Yeah, better not me. I stand undefeated on my take that you can cure your autism by going to a local bar and making small talk with the guy sitting at the table. Undefeated. No one's disproven me yet. Is that true, chat? Yes. Go to karaoke night. Unironically, that would I couldn't do that. The only guy going to karaoke night, like none of your friends are in attendance, you just go there on your own, that would sandblast the autism off of a lot of people. Maybe some people would just tank it like effortlessly. I'm not sure. Listen, I've got to go. I love you all very much. Thank you for tuning into this lovely stream. I'll be here tomorrow. I'm sorry for not being here yesterday. I was kind of trying to get my cough in order, and I think it worked. So not saying I was right again, but let the results speak for themselves. Take care. I'll see you guys soon. Be well.